Li Hao sat in the cramped control room of the power plant, staring at the blinking red lights on the monitor in front of him. His fingers were poised over the keyboard, but his mind was elsewhere. Outside the glass window, a hum of machines and the occasional low whir of turbines filled the air. The plant was always busy, always noisy, but it was a world Li Hao knew well. He had been an electrical engineer for the last 5 years, working his way up from intern to the go-to problem solver for every malfunction. In a way, he was a cog in the machinery, just like all the others. But that night, something unexpected happened. The alarm blared, a shrill, urgent tone that was meant to signal an emergency. Power surge on grid 3, the speaker crackled. All hands to grid 3. Immediate action required. Li Hao cursed under his breath. Another surge, probably another fault in the system. Nothing too unusual, just another day in the life of an engineer. But as he raced to the control room where the grid's controls were located, he noticed something strange. The air felt thick, almost static, like the atmosphere itself was charged. He could feel it, like a hum in his bones, pulling at him as he hurried down the long corridor to the power grid. As he entered the control room, a technician waved him over. "We have a major fault at the high-voltage line. Can't stabilize it. Everything's going haywire." Li Hao nodded, rolling up his sleeves. He had dealt with worse. He was the man who fixed things when no one else could, the genius with the tools and the instincts to make things right. His team stood back as he grabbed the control panel and started flipping switches, rerouting power, adjusting the flow to stabilize the system. The machinery hummed, but there was something unsettling about it. The vibrations under his hands felt wrong. Too much power surging through the system. He could feel it, even through his gloves, like an electric pulse coursing through the air, straight into his fingertips. "Li Hao," a voice shouted from behind him, but it was drowned out by the rising crescendo of the hum. His fingers trembled over the controls as a new wave of pressure hit him, something too strong to ignore. He had to get it under control. Now, the surge slammed into him like a freight train, and for a moment, everything went black. Li Hao woke with a start. His vision blurred, his head spinning as the overpowering scent of ozone filled his nostrils. His skin tingled with the aftershock of the explosion. He felt different. The control room around him was in chaos, with workers running back and forth, but everything seemed strangely muted, like a dream. He sat up slowly, his head pounding. Then, without thinking, he reached out and placed his hand on the control panel again, and everything froze. The lights in the room flickered, then steadied. The hum in the air died down. Every electronic device, every gauge, every monitor, all fell silent as though the very essence of electricity had paused. Li Hao looked around, blinking, confused. His pulse raced, his body shaking with adrenaline. What was happening? Why could he feel the pulse of the machines, like his own heartbeat? And then, without warning, the lights came back on, and everything resumed. But the moment had shifted. The technician who had been shouting at him before stared, wide-eyed. "How did you do that?" Li Hao didn't know. He couldn't explain it, but as his hand hovered above the panel, he could feel the flow of electricity like it was a living thing, pulsing, waiting to be commanded. He thought about fixing the malfunctioning power supply, and with a barely perceptible shift in his thoughts, the machinery whirred back into action. The technician blinked. "What just happened?" "It's working again." Li Hao stood up slowly, his hands still trembling. "I don't know," he muttered, his voice distant. "I don't know." For the next few days, Li Hao tried to shake off what had happened. He chalked it up to the after-effects of the accident, maybe some kind of electrical shock that had messed with his nervous system. But as he went about his daily work, the odd sensation wouldn't leave him. He could still feel it, an undercurrent, a hum in the air. Every time he touched a piece of equipment, it felt like he could hear its pulse, like it was communicating with him. The sensation was strange, powerful, almost overwhelming. One afternoon, Li Hao was sitting in his tiny office, reviewing a blueprint for the next maintenance schedule when his phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw a notification flash across the screen: power failure, grid 8. A sense of foreboding gripped him. It was as though he already knew what was happening. He stood up without hesitation, grabbing his jacket. As he walked out of the building, he could feel the electric charge in the air, pulsing stronger with each step. When he arrived at grid 8, he found a scene of utter chaos. The power was out, and the entire section of the city was dark, save for the dim glow of emergency lights. Technicians and workers ran around trying to get the grid back online, but nothing seemed to be working. They were overwhelmed. "Li Hao," someone called from the crowd. "We need you. We can't figure it out." He walked up to the control panel, glancing at the frenzied workers. His fingers brushed against the metal surface, and instantly, he could feel the malfunction. He closed his eyes, focusing, concentrating, trying to sense the problem. The electrical current was erratic, disorganized, like a fractal pattern spinning out of control. Without thinking, Li Hao reached out, his hand hovering just over the panel. The hum in the air grew louder, and he felt a surge of power flood through his fingertips. He closed his eyes, and the grid flickered back to life. Lights blinked on across the neighborhood. The hum of the electricity returned, smooth and steady, like it was meant to be. The workers around him cheered, clapping him on the back, but Li Hao didn't hear them. He was too focused on the way the energy had responded to him. He could control it now. Not just fix things, but control it. Days passed, and Li Hao's newfound ability became more pronounced. He began to experiment, subtly at first, controlling small machines, fixing broken circuits, manipulating signals from far away. He could fix an entire power grid without ever touching a single wire. He could feel the patterns of energy as if they were a living organism. It was as though the world was filled with invisible currents, and he was the only one who could see them, control them, and bend them to his will. But with power came a gnawing sense of danger. As Li Hao's abilities grew stronger, he began to notice things he hadn't before. He could sense the hidden electrical signals running through the walls of buildings, through the personal devices people carried around. He could feel the pulse of their phones, the quiet hum of their laptops, even the faint electric current running through the bodies of those around him. He could control it all, if he wanted to. He realized something unsettling: it wasn't just the electrical grids he had power over. It was everything. As the days wore on, Li Hao began to push the limits of his abilities. It wasn't just about fixing things anymore, it was about understanding the machines, feeling their energy, and bending it to his will. He started tinkering with everyday electronics, at first out of curiosity. He turned off the lights in his apartment just by thinking about it. He interfered with the Wi-Fi signal in a cafe, causing everyone's phones to suddenly flash the same meme, repeatedly. At first, it was funny. But then, as he did it more, the consequences grew darker. He had no control over it, not yet. Sometimes, the interference would last for hours, causing confusion, frustration, and chaos in the places he visited. He didn't mean for it to happen, but it seemed like the current itself was calling to him, urging him to do more. Li Hao didn't understand what was happening to him, but he knew one thing: the power was addictive. He could feel it deep in his bones, like a quiet hum that never went away. Every time he focused, the energy responded to him. He could turn lights on or off, manipulate signals, even control machines from a distance. But it wasn't enough to just fix things. It wasn't enough to make everything work. No, it felt like the current was calling him to something greater, something far beyond anything he had imagined. One afternoon, as he sat in his apartment, absent-mindedly flipping through some technical papers, his phone rang. It was an unknown number, but he picked it up anyway, wondering who it could be. "Li Hao," the voice on the other end said, low and urgent. "We need you. The government is aware of what you can do." Li Hao froze. His heart raced, and his palms began to sweat. He hadn't told anyone about his abilities, at least not anyone who could have exposed him. The only people who knew were the workers at the plant, and even they thought it was some freak accident. Yet somehow, someone knew. Someone had figured it out. "What do you want?" Li Hao asked, trying to sound calm, though his mind was already racing with possibilities. "You don't understand," the voice continued. "You're not the only one with powers. There are others, people who have been experimented on, people like you, and the government knows about us. They want to control us." Li Hao's breath hitched. He was being hunted, and he had no idea why or by whom. He tried to keep his voice steady as he replied, "Who are you? We don't have time for introductions. Listen to me, you need to get out of there, right now. The government is coming for you. They'll use your abilities to their advantage, and once they have you, you'll never be free." The line went dead before Li Hao could ask any more questions. He sat there for a long moment, the weight of the words sinking in. He had known, deep down, that this was coming. Power like his wasn't something that could be ignored. Someone, somewhere, was always watching, always looking for ways to exploit it. He didn't waste time thinking about what to do next. The government would be after him soon, and he needed to be prepared. Grabbing his coat, he made his way out of the apartment, his mind already racing. He had no real plan, but he knew one thing for sure: he couldn't stay where he was. The streets outside were bustling with people, but Li Hao felt disconnected, like he was moving through a world that didn't belong to him anymore. Everywhere he looked, he could feel the electric pulse of the city. It was in the streetlights, the traffic signals, the advertisements flashing on the side of the buildings. It was in everything, and it was as though the city itself was alive, waiting for him to make his next move. His phone buzzed again, and he glanced down. It was a message from an unknown number. "You're running out of time. Head east to the industrial district. Someone will meet you there. Don't trust anyone, not even the government." Li Hao didn't hesitate. He turned on his heel and made his way to the subway, his mind still swirling with questions. The industrial district was on the outskirts of the city, a sprawling maze of factories and warehouses. It was the perfect place to disappear, or so he hoped. As the subway train rumbled beneath the city, Li Hao's thoughts turned dark. He had no idea who this mysterious person was, or what they wanted from him, but something told him he didn't have many options. The world he had known, the world of wires and grids, was now a prison. He had become a weapon, and he didn't know how to stop it. The train screeched to a halt, and Li Hao stepped out into the dimly lit station. The air here was thick with the smell of oil and metal, and the sounds of industry filled the streets. He could feel the vibrations underfoot, the hum of machinery just beneath the surface of the concrete. The city had always been a place of power, but now it felt like it was swallowing him whole. He walked quickly, his footsteps echoing in the empty streets as he made his way toward the warehouse district. The message had been clear: someone was waiting for him, someone who could help him navigate this new world of power and control. But who? And how could he trust them? His mind raced with possibilities. The government? A rival corporation? The voice on the phone? It could be anyone, and Li Hao didn't know who to trust anymore. All he knew was that he had to keep moving, keep ahead of whatever was coming for him. The industrial district was eerily quiet as he approached the designated meeting point, a dilapidated warehouse on the edge of the district. The doors were rusted, the windows boarded up. It looked like the kind of place where people went to disappear. Li Hao's heart pounded as he approached, his senses on high alert. He could feel the electrical currents in the air, buzzing with a nervous energy. He wasn't sure what to expect, but something told him that whatever happened next would change everything. He pushed open the creaky door, stepping into the dimly lit interior. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he saw a figure standing at the far end of the warehouse, silhouetted against the faint light coming from a cracked window. "Li Hao," the voice called, low and calm. "I'm glad you made it." The figure stepped forward, revealing a tall woman with sharp features and piercing eyes. Her face was familiar, though Li Hao couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. "You're one of them," Li Hao said, his voice tinged with suspicion. "One of the people the government's been hunting." The woman smiled, though it wasn't a reassuring smile. "I was once. But now, I'm something else. Something more." Li Hao frowned. "What do you mean?" The woman stepped closer, her eyes never leaving his. "You've been changed, Li Hao. That accident you had wasn't just an accident. It was part of something much larger, something the government and corporations have been working on for years. You're part of a new breed of people, people who can control the world's power." Li Hao felt a chill run down his spine. "And what do you want from me?" "We need you, Li Hao," she said, her voice growing more urgent. "The government is after us. They want to use our abilities to control the entire global infrastructure. They want to turn us into weapons. But we won't let them. We need to fight back, before it's too late." Li Hao didn't know what to say. He had only just started to understand what was happening to him, and now, this woman was asking him to join some kind of underground resistance. But her words resonated with him. The government, the corporations, they were all playing a game with people's lives, using them as pawns. Li Hao had never felt like a pawn, but now, as he stood in the dim light of the warehouse, he wasn't so sure. "Tell me more," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What exactly are you asking me to do?" The woman's eyes gleamed in the low light. "We're going to stop them. We're going to take back control. And we're going to start with you." Li Hao stood motionless in the shadows of the warehouse, the weight of the woman's words hanging in the air like a palpable presence. He didn't know what to make of it, didn't know how much of it was truth and how much was manipulation. But somewhere deep inside, a flicker of something ignited. A feeling that maybe this was more than just about him. More than just about the strange, terrifying power that had surged through his body. It was about something bigger, something far bigger than the government, or the corporations that had been sniffing around him. This was about control. And he wasn't sure he wanted to be controlled anymore. "You're right," the woman continued, her voice steady but carrying a sense of urgency. "They've been watching you. They've been watching all of us. There are others like you, with powers they don't fully understand, but they know one thing: they want to harness that power. They want to turn us into their tools." She stepped closer, and Li Hao instinctively took a step back, though he couldn't explain why. It was as if his own instincts, sharpened by the electricity flowing through him, were screaming at him to be cautious. But he couldn't run away. "Not this time. I don't want to be anyone's tool," Li Hao said, his voice low but resolute. He felt his fingertips tingle, as if the current that ran through him was pushing him toward an answer he didn't yet have. The woman nodded, her face hardening. "Neither do we. That's why we need your help. You can feel the current, can't you? You understand it in ways that no one else can. You have the power to do what no one else can." He didn't want to admit it, but she was right. He had felt it, the electricity, the control, the potential. He could do things with it that defied reason. Fix things, disrupt things, create things out of nothing. He could hear the hum of every device in the world, from the quiet flicker of a light bulb to the vast pulse of power grids that ran across cities. He could manipulate all of it. It was intoxicating, terrifying, and fascinating all at once. "So, what are you saying?" Li Hao asked, narrowing his eyes. "You want me to help you fight back? Against the government?" The woman's gaze hardened. "The government, the corporations, this entire system is built on exploiting power, not just the electrical kind. You're not the only one with abilities. There are others, all over the world, and they're being hunted, used as weapons, as tools. But we've been fighting back. Quietly. We've been taking out their experiments one by one, disrupting their plans." Li Hao thought about it for a moment. He wasn't sure if he believed everything she said, but there was something in her eyes, something desperate, something that rang true. She wasn't lying. She couldn't have been. I don't know anything about a resistance, Li Hao said, shaking his head. I've just been trying to control this thing that's inside me. Trying not to lose myself. She studied him for a moment, her lips pressed into a thin line. You're already lost, she said softly. But you can choose where to go from here. The word struck him harder than he expected. He'd been afraid of the power, afraid of what it meant. But the truth was, he had already lost himself. He wasn't the same man who had walked into that power plant days ago. His world had shifted, his very being had shifted. And now, it seemed like the only choice he had was to move forward. So, what do you want me to do? Li Hao asked. The woman's eyes brightened. There's a convoy leaving tonight, carrying high-tech equipment. It's meant for military contractors, but we're going to intercept it. That equipment is key to understanding what they've been planning with people like you. With us. And once we have it, we can start to take back control. Li Hao hesitated. This wasn't just about fixing power grids anymore. This was about something far more dangerous. And yet, he felt the pull to act. He couldn't sit idly by anymore. He couldn't pretend that he wasn't a part of this larger scheme. He had the power. And if he didn't do something now, he'd lose it to those who would abuse it. I'm in, he said, his voice firm. The woman's face softened, but only for a moment. Then she turned and walked toward the door at the back of the warehouse. Come on then, she called. Let's go. We have a long night ahead. The convoy wasn't far, but it was heavily guarded. Li Hao could feel the power surging through the air as they approached, the faint buzz of electricity practically humming in the atmosphere. The woman, who had introduced herself as Mei, moved with calculated precision. She knew the layout of the area, knew exactly where to strike. Li Hao followed her, his heart racing, every nerve on edge. They ducked behind a large shipping container, and Mei handed him a small device, the size of a thick pen. It had wires sticking out of it and a small screen that flickered intermittently. This will let you access their systems. We need you to disable the security grid around the convoy. If we're going to make this work, we have to be quick. Li Hao nodded, though his mind was racing. Disabling the security systems was easy enough for him. The challenge was not being detected. But as he glanced up at the convoy, 6 military trucks, each one guarded by armed soldiers, he realized that getting through their defenses wasn't going to be as simple as just turning off a few cameras. I'll handle it, he said, his voice steady despite the surge of anxiety flooding through him. Mei's eyes flicked to him, her expression unreadable. You sure? Li Hao didn't answer. Instead, he focused. He reached out, feeling the faint pulse of energy that surrounded the convoy. The cameras, the drones, the barriers, they were all connected. All it would take was one nudge. One flicker of his will. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let the current flow through him. At first, it felt like a ripple in the air, almost nothing at all. But as he concentrated, it grew stronger, more intense. He could feel the lines of electricity in the security systems, the heartbeat of the convoy's defenses. He reached deeper, beyond the outer layer of protection, until the pulse grew louder, until it was a roar in his ears. With a thought, he snapped it. The surge of energy coursed through the systems, the alarms immediately silencing, the cameras turning to static. It was done. He opened his eyes to find Mei looking at him with a strange mixture of awe and calculation. Without a word, she moved forward, her footsteps confident as she approached the convoy. Li Hao followed, his senses heightened. The air around him crackled with energy, and he could feel the weight of the power at his fingertips. But now, as they approached the convoy and the adrenaline began to build, a different kind of pressure settled over him. This wasn't just about power anymore. This was about taking control of his own fate. His next move would determine everything. The next hour felt like a blur. Mei and Li Hao moved quickly, efficiently, disabling the guards and securing the equipment they needed. Every action, every decision felt more urgent than the last. Li Hao's mind was sharp, his senses on high alert as he manipulated the electrical systems, keeping them hidden from the soldiers and the military-grade surveillance. By the time they had everything they came for, it was already dawn. The convoy was in chaos, the guards disoriented and confused. And Li Hao, for the first time, felt a sense of control that he hadn't realized he was missing. They made their way back to the warehouse, the quiet of the early morning surrounding them. The air felt heavy, as though the world was holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. Li Hao felt the electric hum in his veins, stronger now, pulsing with the knowledge that whatever path he chose from here on out, there would be no going back. The woman, Mei, looked at him as they approached the warehouse doors. "We have what we need. But this is only the beginning. They'll come after us, and they'll come harder next time. But we'll be ready." Li Hao nodded, the weight of her words settling in. He didn't know what would happen next, but he knew one thing for sure: he had made his choice. He wasn't going to be controlled by anyone. He wasn't going to let them turn him into a weapon. He was going to fight back, and he would do it on his own terms. It was supposed to be just another day at the National Power Engineering Research Center. The air smelled faintly of ozone and coffee as Huang Jun strode into the lab, his lab coat perfectly starched, his hands clutching a clipboard that was more for show than actual work. Huang, an engineer by trade and a self-proclaimed obsessive perfectionist by nature, had been working at the center for nearly 10 years, and yet, this was the first time he had ever felt a bit off. Perhaps it was the combination of late nights spent over complicated circuit boards and those endless cups of strong coffee, but today, Huang felt a nagging sense that something was about to go wrong. It wasn't that he was particularly superstitious, he wasn't, but the universe had a way of messing with him when he least expected it. His colleagues, unaware of Huang's disquiet, went about their work with the same cheerful disregard for impending danger that characterized all great scientists who believed they were invincible. Dr. Liu was fiddling with a laser-guided electron microscope. James, the lab assistant, was over by the electrical grid simulation system, enthusiastically discussing the latest data with anyone who would listen. And across the room, Mei, Huang's old friend and a fellow engineer, was preparing the main power unit for a critical test. "Hey, Huang. You ready for the big test?" Mei called out, grinning as she gestured toward the console. Huang gave a half-hearted smile, adjusting his glasses. "I've been ready since yesterday," he replied. "But it still feels like something's off today." "Come on, we've done this 1,000 times, Mei laughed, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice that Huang didn't miss. Still, he shook his head, trying to dismiss the feeling. It was probably nothing. Minutes passed, and the team readied the final settings for the power test. The goal of the experiment was simple: to send a pulse of high-voltage electricity through a new synthetic conductor that promised to revolutionize power storage. The scientists had been working on this for years, and the world was eagerly awaiting the results. If successful, it could mean a near-limitless, environmentally friendly energy supply. Huang, despite his misgivings, was at the heart of the operation, the chief engineer overseeing the final calculations. He glanced down at the monitors, adjusted the settings on the control panel, and checked his clipboard one last time. Everything was in order. Still, that strange sense of dread clawed at him. It was as if his body was preparing for something. "Everything's good to go," Mei announced. "We're starting in 3, 2, 1. The power surge began. At first, everything seemed to work perfectly. The conductor lit up, a bright blue hue shooting down the length of the wire as the energy pulsed through it. Huang held his breath, waiting for the system to stabilize. He was watching the monitors, eyes glued to the digital readouts, when a sudden flicker of light caught his attention. The screens briefly glitched, and then, everything went black. "Damn it," Mei cursed. "What the hell happened?" Before anyone could react, a deafening hum filled the room, rising in pitch and intensity. Huang felt the static electricity in the air, prickling against his skin. The air itself felt alive, charged with an energy that pulsed with a rhythm of its own. The hair on his arms stood on end. And then, without warning, a bolt of electricity shot from the main power unit, arcing toward Huang's body like a force of nature. Everything seemed to slow down in that moment. Huang barely had time to react before the bolt struck him. His body stiffened as the electrical surge coursed through him, pain unlike anything he had ever felt tearing through his veins. For a fraction of a second, his vision blurred, the edges of reality bending and warping, but then, nothing, silence. When Huang regained his senses, he was lying flat on his back, his arms spread out, and his mind was, oddly clear. His heart raced, but there was no lingering pain. Instead, he felt alive in a way he never had before. He sat up with a jolt, his eyes wide as he took in his surroundings. His colleagues were panicking, scrambling to turn off the faulty equipment, but Huang didn't hear their voices. He heard everything else. His senses were amplified. He could feel the hum of the electrical grid miles away, the flow of current coursing through wires buried deep underground. He could even sense the faintest flicker of energy in the small devices around him, the calculators, the computers, even his own wristwatch. It was as though he could reach out and touch the energy, feel its pulse like the rhythm of a living thing. He stood up, stunned, and looked around the room. The first thing he noticed was the way the light bulbs flickered in perfect unison, as if responding to an invisible force. His breath caught in his throat. Something was different. Something had changed. "Hey! Are you okay?" May rushed over, her voice sharp with concern. She reached out to touch his shoulder, but Huang's instinctive reaction was to pull away. "I'm fine," he said, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. As May looked him over, Huang's gaze fell on the wall of computers. In his mind's eye, he could see the electrical currents running through the circuits, the faintest glitch in the data flow as it processed. Without thinking, his hand reached out and, just as instinctively as before, he focused on the computer. A small surge of energy shot from his fingers toward the system, the monitors blinked back to life, the data streaming across the screen in a smooth, uninterrupted flow. Huang blinked, his heart racing. He had done that. With just a thought. "Did you just fix that?" May asked, clearly baffled. I think so," Huang muttered, still in disbelief. His fingers tingled with an unfamiliar energy, a low hum that resonated within his very bones. He could feel the electromagnetic fields, the tiny currents flowing through everything around him. The next few minutes were a blur. Huang couldn't concentrate on anything but the strange sensation coursing through him. He could sense the electricity moving through every wire in the building, every circuit in the lab. The world around him seemed alive with an energy that he could no longer ignore, and then it hit him, the realization that his body was no longer just a passive observer of energy. He had become part of the flow. The electricity was in him. It was him. Huang stood there for a moment, staring at the computer screen as it hummed back to life. The sharp, rhythmic clicking of the keyboards around him felt almost too loud now. Every movement, every shift in the air, seemed magnified. He was acutely aware of everything, the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights above him, the quiet shuffle of May's footsteps, the low hum of the electrical systems running through the building. But more than that, it was as if his senses had sharpened, each feeling, each sound, cutting through his mind with a startling clarity. He was seeing the world differently. You did fix it," May repeated, her voice hesitant, almost fearful. She stepped back, looking at him with wide eyes. "Huang, what's going on with you?" Huang couldn't answer her. He didn't know how. The words tangled in his throat as he tried to piece together the overwhelming rush of information flooding his mind. The current running through the building felt like an electric pulse he could reach out and grab. It wasn't just in him now, it was as if he had become an extension of it. It was all so alive. The wires, the circuits, the machines, they were a part of him now. That he reached out, instinctively, and his fingers brushed lightly against the nearest wall. For a split second, he swore he could feel the flow of the power lines running just beneath the surface of the concrete. His heartbeat quickened as his body adjusted to the sensation. It was like trying to drink from a fire hose, too much information at once, but it was exhilarating. It was too much to ignore, too much to control. "May," he said softly, turning toward her, his voice tinged with something he couldn't quite place. "I think something happened to me during that test. I can feel the power, inside me. Everywhere." She took a cautious step closer, studying him with a growing sense of concern. "What do you mean, you feel it?" Huang's hands trembled slightly as he raised them, and without thinking, he focused on the light fixture above them. A low hum echoed through the room as the bulb flickered, then shone brighter. The air around them crackled with static. He barely moved, but the light obeyed his unspoken command. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice tight with amazement. "I didn't touch it. I didn't even have to think about it. It just responded." May stared at him, her expression a mix of awe and disbelief. "That's impossible." "But I saw it. I saw it happen." "You did that?" Huang swallowed, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. It wasn't just the light bulb, it was everything. The whole room had shifted, as though the electric pulse that ran through the walls had become part of him. He could feel it, could almost control it, even from a distance. The realization sent a chill down his spine. This wasn't just an accident. Something deeper, something irreversible had happened to him. "What do we do now?" May asked, her voice shaking slightly. She wasn't used to seeing Huang so out of his element. This wasn't the meticulous, in-control engineer she knew. This was someone entirely different. I don't know," Huang admitted. "But I need to figure this out. This is more than just some freak accident. This power, it feels like it's a part of me now." For the rest of the day, Huang remained in a haze, unable to shake the feeling of electric current running just beneath his skin. His body was alive with it. He could feel the very molecules of air buzzing around him, pulsing with energy. Every metal surface he touched hummed with the faintest vibrations. It was overwhelming, but it was also thrilling in a way he couldn't describe. Like he had been awakened to a hidden layer of reality. That night, after everyone had left the lab, Huang stayed behind, experimenting on his own. He sat at his desk, staring at the power grid maps they had been working on earlier, his eyes tracing the complex web of electricity flowing through the country. The hum of the power in his veins seemed to match the rhythm of the flow of current in those lines. With a thought, he tried to focus, and to his shock, the map began to change. The lines on the screen shifted in real time, responding to his intentions. The circuits adapted to his will. His mind raced as he understood the scope of what had just happened. He wasn't just sensing energy anymore. He could control it. He could bend it to his will. At first, Huang thought it was just a fluke. A trick of the mind. But as the days went on, he found that he could control nearly everything around him: lights, power grids, even the electrical components in his own body. He could make light bulbs flash and screens flicker with the simplest thought. He could feel the energy in every wire he touched, every machine he interacted with. He had become a conduit, a living channel for the electricity that powered the world. His experimentation grew bolder as he pushed the limits of his newfound abilities. One night, he stood outside the research center, staring at the streetlight across the parking lot. He focused, and to his astonishment, the light dimmed and then flickered on, as though answering his silent command. The sensation was addicting, like a hidden power he had unlocked deep within himself. The next night, he pushed further, reaching out to the nearby power grid and sensing the surge of electricity coursing through the cables. He could feel the power plants miles away, their output rippling through the earth. It wasn't long before Huang realized that his abilities weren't just limited to electricity. He could feel the magnetic fields surrounding metal objects, the subtle pulses of energy that governed everything from the circuits in his phone to the force of gravity pulling on his body. It was as if he had become a part of the very fabric of the universe. By the time he was called in for a meeting with the Global Energy Council, Huang had learned to control his abilities, at least to a degree. The world was on the brink of an energy crisis, and governments everywhere were scrambling to find a solution. Huang's name had come up in the discussions, not just because of his reputation as a brilliant engineer, but because of his strange accident that had left him with the ability to manipulate electrical and magnetic forces. When the council's representatives arrived at his office, Huang had already prepared himself. He had heard the rumors, whispers that the world's energy infrastructure was on the verge of collapse, that entire nations were facing blackouts, and that the demand for power was rising at an unsustainable rate. The situation was dire. The global powers needed a solution. And they were looking at him. The representatives sat across from Huang in a sleek, modern conference room, their faces serious, their eyes intent. They explained the situation, how energy reserves were dwindling, how countries were on the brink of war over resources, and how no one seemed to have a viable answer to the crisis. "We've been monitoring your work here, Dr. Huang," one of the representatives said, a tall, stern woman named Dr. Linda Carter. "And it's become clear that you possess abilities that no one else does. Your ability to manipulate electricity and energy is exactly what we need to solve this crisis. We're offering you a position to help us develop solutions. The world's future depends on it." Huang listened, the weight of the world suddenly pressing down on his shoulders. He had been thrust into a role he never expected. They wanted him to use his power, not just to fix a few circuits, but to reshape the world's entire energy structure. The government and the private sector were counting on him to provide a solution to a problem that had never seemed more urgent. But as Huang sat there, listening to the promises of wealth, power, and influence, a nagging thought lingered at the back of his mind. The energy crisis was real, but something didn't sit right. This wasn't just about solving a technical problem. There was something more to it. Something darker. As he agreed to join the council's effort, Huang couldn't shake the feeling that he had just walked into a trap, one that would force him to confront the true cost of the power he now held. As the days passed, Huang's role with the Global Energy Council grew more intense. He moved into a high-security facility, a sleek building that housed some of the most brilliant minds in energy science. The work was demanding, and the expectations placed on him were immense. The world was teetering on the edge of collapse, and Huang, with his strange new abilities, was the only one who could offer a solution. But as much as he worked to restore power grids and stabilize failing energy sources, a growing unease gnawed at him. Every decision he made, every adjustment he recommended, felt like a piece of a much larger puzzle, one that he was only beginning to understand. He was a cog in a machine that was growing more and more disconcerting by the day. The more he learned about the global energy crisis, the more he saw its political and economic underpinnings. He had expected the council to be focused on solving the problem of energy shortages. Instead, he found himself surrounded by boardrooms full of powerful individuals who seemed more interested in profit margins and controlling the world's energy resources than in actually fixing the crisis. At first, Huang believed he was simply being paranoid. He had always prided himself on being meticulous and logical, but there was something about the council's approach that didn't sit right with him. Meetings were filled with vague talk about global energy security and strategic energy reserves, but nothing concrete ever came from the discussions. Everything felt like a game that was rigged from the start. One evening, after a long day of simulations and energy model testing, Huang sat alone in his office, staring out at the city below. The neon lights flickered in the distance, but the power seemed to pulse through the streets, steady and unyielding. He could feel it, the same way he felt the rhythm of his own heartbeat. But even as he marveled at the flow of electricity, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was being hidden from him. That night, Huang was summoned to a private meeting with Dr. Linda Carter. She was one of the highest-ranking members of the council, and her sharp, calculating demeanor had never sat well with him. She was a woman of few words, but every word she spoke carried the weight of decision. She was the kind of person who played the long game, and Huang had the sinking suspicion that he was part of it. when he arrived at her office, the door was already open and Dr. Carter motioned for him to come in. The office was minimalist, as most government offices were, with clean lines, glass walls, and polished wood. It could have been any high-powered corporate space, but the subtle air of authority and intimidation hung in the air. "Dr. Huang, thank you for joining me," Dr. Carter said, her voice smooth and professional, though Huang could sense the tension underneath. "We need to talk about the future of energy distribution." "I thought that's what we've been doing for the last few weeks," Huang replied, trying to keep his voice casual. He could already tell that this conversation was going to be different from the others. "This is more urgent," she said, leaning forward slightly. "We're entering a new phase of the project, one that requires a bit more precision. Your abilities have exceeded our expectations. You've managed to stabilize several grids in record time. That's something no one else could do. But we need you to go further." Huang raised an eyebrow. "Go further?" Dr. Carter smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "We need you to start manipulating energy on a larger scale. Power plants, entire cities. We need you to make the world's energy infrastructure bend to our will. The time for small fixes is over." Huang felt a chill slide down his spine. He had known this was coming, but hearing it out loud was different. He had been thinking about the global energy crisis as a problem to be solved, but now he was being asked to use his powers to control it. He was no longer just fixing circuits or restoring power, he was being asked to play God. "You want me to control power?" Huang asked, his voice steady, though his heart was pounding in his chest. "To make the energy flow according to your demands?" "That's exactly what we need," Dr. Carter said, her tone unwavering. "You're the only one who can do it. You'll be at the center of a global effort to reshape energy distribution. We'll be able to control every aspect of the world's power grid. Think of it, the ability to direct energy wherever it's needed. No more shortages, no more crises. But at what cost?" Huang asked, his voice rising. "What happens to the people who won't have access to this directed power? What happens when you decide who gets energy and who doesn't?" Dr. Carter's smile tightened, and for a moment, there was a coldness in her eyes. "Dr. Huang, we're talking about the future of humanity. We're talking about global security, stability. It's bigger than individual access. You're not just fixing problems anymore. You're creating a new world." Huang stood there, frozen, as the weight of her words hit him. Creating a new world. It sounded so innocuous, so grand, but Huang could already see the implications. Control. Monopoly. The rich and powerful deciding who lived and who suffered. It was a vision of a future that could turn the world's population into nothing more than a commodity. A way to extract power from people without ever letting them have a say in how it was distributed. For the first time since this whole journey began, Huang realized he was standing on the edge of something dangerous. The very power that had given him the ability to change the world was the same power that could be used to enslave it. And as much as he tried to rationalize it, as much as he told himself that he could control it, the reality was sinking in. He wasn't just dealing with a global crisis, he was dealing with a power struggle, a political game that had already been decided long before he was recruited. "I can't do this," Huang said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can't be the one to make those decisions. Not like this." Dr. Carter's expression darkened. "Don't be naive, Dr. Huang. You don't have a choice. This is the future, and you'll either be part of it or you'll be left behind." Huang turned and walked out of her office, the weight of her words heavy on his shoulders. As he left the building that night, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. He had entered this project hoping to help solve the world's energy crisis, but now he realized that he had become a pawn in a much larger game. The stakes were no longer just about power shortages and energy crises. The real battle was for control of the power itself, and Huang was at the center of it. As he stepped outside, the cool night air hit his face, but it did little to calm his racing thoughts. The city was alive with energy, the hum of the power grid all around him. For the first time, he could feel the weight of it. The electricity in the air seemed to call to him, beckoning him to understand its full power. But now, he wasn't sure he wanted to. What was it worth to control everything? To play a part in reshaping the world's energy structure? Was it worth sacrificing his ideals and the future of the people he had sworn to help? He didn't know the answer. But he knew one thing for sure: he couldn't trust the council. He couldn't trust anyone who was playing this game. And as he walked through the city streets, feeling the pulse of the power beneath his feet, Huang made a silent vow to find the truth behind the energy crisis, no matter where it led. As Huang walked through the city, the hum of the power grid buzzed around him like an invisible cloud. The streets were alive with energy, but all he could think about was how little control he had over any of it. The words Dr. Carter had said echoed in his mind. You don't have a choice. This is the future, and you'll either be part of it or left behind. He could feel the weight of those words pressing on him, suffocating him. How had it come to this? Just a few weeks ago, he had been a simple engineer, focused on circuits, wires, and the pursuit of better, cleaner energy for the world. Now, he was part of a system that saw energy as power to be controlled, distributed by the whims of the few, for the benefit of the few. It wasn't about solving a crisis anymore. It was about power. Power over everything. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden flash of light. He stopped in his tracks, squinting into the night. A nearby streetlight flickered, then went out completely. Huang's heart rate sped up, and instinctively, his hand reached out toward it. A gentle pulse of energy coursed from his fingertips, and the light flickered back to life. It wasn't just a response anymore, it was a direct extension of himself. He could feel the energy running through the bulb, the small surge of power, the flickering pulse that kept it alive. Huang's mind was racing. This wasn't just about fixing a grid or preventing blackouts. This was about something much bigger. Something that, as he had seen firsthand, could be manipulated. It could be used as a tool for control, a tool to break people down or build them up, depending on who held the reins. And right now, the reins were in the hands of people like Dr. Carter. People who saw the world's energy resources not as a shared lifeblood, but as a commodity to be bought, sold, and rationed for their own gain. He couldn't be a part of it anymore. He had to find another way. He had to fight back. The decision came swiftly, but the weight of it nearly crushed him. The technology that had made him an unwitting hero, the same technology that had given him the ability to manipulate electricity and control energy, was now his weapon. He could no longer pretend that this was just about solving a crisis. It was a fight for the very soul of humanity. Would the people who were suffering in power shortages, the people who lived without electricity, without heat, without access to the very resources that kept the world turning, continue to be silenced by the elites? Or would they fight back? Would he? The next day, Huang met with Mei in private. He knew he couldn't take on the Energy Council by himself, not with the government and the corporate forces aligned against him. But Mei had always been someone he trusted. Someone who had a sense of justice even when it was buried beneath the layers of bureaucracy and red tape. She was a scientist, a brilliant engineer, but she was also human. She could see the bigger picture. He found her in the small cafe they used to frequent when they were students, sitting in the back, her laptop open in front of her, her brow furrowed in concentration. As soon as she saw him, she closed it with a soft snap, her expression turning serious. "Huang, what's going on?" she asked, her voice quiet, but her eyes sharp with concern. "I need your help," Huang said, taking a seat across from her. "The council is moving forward with something dangerous. And I'm not just talking about the energy crisis anymore. This is about control. If we don't stop them now, they'll use this crisis to solidify their power forever." Mei blinked in surprise, but then her expression softened as she leaned forward. "You're talking about the energy cartel? The one that's been controlling the global markets?" "Yes," Huang replied, his voice tight. And it's worse than we thought. The shortage is manufactured, but that's just the beginning. They want to monopolize every aspect of the world's energy. They'll use this power to decide who gets energy, who doesn't, and when. They want to control everything. And I've become a part of that system. May's face hardened as she absorbed his words. What are you planning to do? I don't know yet, Huang said, his voice barely a whisper. But I can't just keep playing along. I can't be a tool for them, May. I need to use my abilities to fight back. But I can't do it alone. May looked at him for a long moment, her lips pressed together in thought. Finally, she nodded. All right. I'll help. But this isn't just about stopping the council. We need to expose them. We need to let people see the truth. Huang could feel the weight of their decision settling in, but for the first time in days, he felt a spark of hope. They weren't alone. They weren't powerless. That night, Huang began making his plans. He couldn't take on the global energy cartel head-on, not yet, not without the right information, the right allies. But he could begin to strike at the heart of their operations, start small, expose cracks in the system. The first step was to get access to their data, their communications, their financial records. He needed proof of the conspiracy. Proof that the energy crisis was a deliberate act. Using his abilities, he hacked into the network, bypassing firewalls and security protocols as though they were nothing more than cobwebs. It wasn't as simple as flicking a switch, it took all his concentration, but the data he accessed was enough to make his blood run cold. There, right in front of him, was the evidence: deals made behind closed doors, prices artificially inflated, entire regions of the world deprived of energy while the cartel sold it at a premium to the highest bidder. He copied the data, encrypting it in several layers to ensure it couldn't be traced back to him. The data wasn't enough yet, though. Huang needed more. He needed the names of those responsible, the key players pulling the strings behind the curtain. He needed to take the fight straight to them, but there was a catch. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it became. The cartel had eyes everywhere. They weren't just powerful, they were ruthless. Huang wasn't just hacking into a network anymore, he was hacking into the veins of a system that had the power to destroy him, to erase him without a second thought. Despite the fear gnawing at him, Huang knew he had no choice. The truth had to be exposed, even if it meant risking everything. He wasn't going to sit back and let the system crush the lives of millions just to line the pockets of the elite. He had power now. He could control the current. He could bend the flow of energy to his will. It was time to fight back. The next few weeks were a blur of action and adrenaline. Huang worked tirelessly with May, building a network of allies, disgruntled engineers, hackers, and anyone who had seen the truth and was ready to fight for it. They began striking at the cartel's weak points, exposing their operations piece by piece. They leaked information, sabotaged their networks, and orchestrated small-scale rebellions, all the while keeping their true identities hidden. The world didn't know it yet, but a revolution was coming. It was only a matter of time before the cartel would be forced to answer for their actions, but Huang knew that the hardest part was still ahead. They were up against a machine that had been built over decades. The power they were fighting for wasn't just electricity, it was control. And as he looked out over the city, the hum of the power grid resonating in his mind, Huang knew one thing for certain: the battle was just beginning. Wu Tao never imagined that the most important moment of his life would happen in the middle of a routine workday. In fact, he had lived most of his life avoiding anything that could be called exciting. At 38, he was a middle-tier electrical engineer at a provincial power plant, far from the glamour of innovation, far from anything remotely dangerous. Every morning, he woke up at 6 a.m., grabbed a strong cup of coffee, and headed to the office with the rhythm of a man who believed in the stability of the status quo. In fact, his life had become a series of comfortable, predictable events: the morning commute, the hum of power generators, the click of a pen against a clipboard. For Wu Tao, there was no chaos. No surprises. That was, until the Tuesday morning that turned his life upside down. It started like any other day. Wu Tao walked into the power plant office, nodding absently at his colleagues, who greeted him with the same overly enthusiastic smiles that he couldn't quite muster himself. His intern, Liang, a bright young man with wild, uncombed hair, was already sitting at his desk, muttering to himself about some error in the system. "Wu Tao, the system is acting up again," Liang said, his voice high-pitched with frustration. Wu Tao pushed his glasses up and sighed. "What's the issue this time?" I think it's a malfunction in the circuit, maybe an overload or something," Liang replied, tapping at the monitor, eyes wide. Wu Tao nodded, but the concern in his intern's voice didn't seem as urgent to him as it should have. "Check the power surge regulators. They should have prevented any overloads." As Wu Tao moved to check the control panels, an alarm suddenly blared, sharp, shrill, and unnervingly out of place. Everyone in the room froze, then scrambled to their stations. Something was wrong, very wrong. Before Wu Tao could register what was happening, a massive electrical surge rippled through the plant, brighter and more intense than anything he had ever seen. The lights flickered, then exploded in a flash of blinding white light. The floor shook violently as the entire building seemed to groan under the pressure. In that instant, time slowed. Wu Tao saw everything: the sparks flying from the exposed wires, the flickering screens, the confused faces of his colleagues, and the helpless look in Liang's eyes. The moment stretched out as if the world itself had paused. Then, without warning, the power grid collapsed. A sharp crack of energy tore through the room, sending Wu Tao flying backward, his body slamming into a metal wall with a sickening thud. His vision blurred, his heart racing as the building around him seemed to twist and buckle, all sound drowned out by the scream of electrical overload. The world tilted as he felt his body tingle, every nerve searing with an unnatural heat. Everything went black. When Wu Tao regained consciousness, he didn't know how long had passed. His head throbbed, and his body felt like it had been crushed under 1,000 pounds of steel. He was lying on the cold concrete floor, the dim light of the emergency bulbs casting long shadows across the room. His ears were ringing, but he could hear the faint hum of electrical current running through the cables overhead. He pushed himself up with a groan, his muscles aching, and immediately felt a strange pressure in the air. The kind of pressure that feels almost like static electricity, but more powerful, more alive. As he stumbled to his feet, he noticed something odd. The digital clocks on the wall were frozen at 10:42 a.m. The screens on his colleagues' computers flickered like fireflies trapped in jars. And then, without warning, the metallic trash can next to him slid across the floor and stopped right at his feet. It wasn't just the trash can that moved. Wu Tao's heart skipped a beat. He looked around, trying to make sense of it. His breath came out in short bursts, his mind racing to grasp what had just happened. He lifted his hand, and with a slight concentration, he felt the air around him shift. Slowly, almost like an experiment, he extended his fingers toward the metal trash can, willing it to move. To his shock, the can began to roll again, this time with a purpose, a slow, deliberate movement that obeyed his command. It was as if the can had become an extension of his own body, responding to his thoughts. Wu Tao stepped back, his breath catching in his throat. He was trembling. Was this some side effect of the electrical surge? Had he been electrocuted into some kind of madness? But then the truth hit him: this wasn't madness. This was something else entirely. His thoughts whirled. The surge, the electrical disaster, hadn't just injured him. It had changed him. Somehow, he could manipulate magnetic fields, control electricity with his mind. His whole body felt charged, like he was connected to an endless current, a force that was both terrifying and exhilarating. He glanced around the room, but no one else seemed to be reacting. His colleagues had either fled the scene or were knocked out cold. His intern, Liang, was nowhere in sight. It was just Wu Tao and the faint hum of the electricity that seemed to have taken on a life of its own. Later that day, Wu Tao tried to act as though nothing had happened. He went home, took a long shower, and made himself a cup of tea. But there was no escaping the strange sensation buzzing under his skin, no ignoring the overwhelming awareness that something fundamental had shifted in the very fabric of his being. He could still feel it, the hum of energy, the pull of the magnetism. As he sat at the kitchen table, his mind raced. Could he really control it? Could he control the lights? The electronic devices? The metal objects? In a panic, he grabbed his phone and, using nothing but his concentration, sent the metal spoon across the table, watching it slide with effortless ease. It was as if his mind had unlocked some hidden part of the universe, something that allowed him to control the world around him in ways that were unimaginable before. Wu Tao stopped. He stared at the spoon for a long moment, the thrill of power buzzing in his chest. But there was something else too, a shadow creeping at the edge of his consciousness. The sense that something or someone was watching him, waiting. He didn't know what it was, but it was a feeling he couldn't shake. At that moment, a loud knock on the door shattered his thoughts. His heart skipped a beat. He wasn't expecting anyone. As he stood up to answer the door, he felt a sudden, inexplicable coldness flood through him. When he opened the door, his world tilted again. Standing there was a man in a dark suit, his face unreadable, his eyes sharp and calculating. The man spoke in a low, calm voice, "We know what you can do, Wu Tao. And we need you." The man at the door didn't step inside, but his presence filled the entire room. Wu Tao felt a tightening in his chest, a strange mixture of fear and curiosity. The man didn't look threatening at first, just a perfectly average figure in a dark suit, his hair neatly combed, his expression impassive. But something in his eyes was unsettling, like a predator sizing up its prey. "We know what you can do, Wu Tao. And we need you," the man said again, his voice smooth, devoid of emotion but weighted with authority. Wu Tao didn't answer right away. His mind was spinning, the last few hours catching up with him. The impossible powers coursing through him, the trash can that obeyed his will, the strange buzzing feeling in his fingertips, it all pointed to one thing: his life had just taken a sharp turn into a reality he wasn't prepared for. But even more unsettling was the man's calm certainty. He wasn't asking for help. He wasn't pleading. He was just stating a fact. Wu Tao's thoughts scrambled as he tried to understand how much the man knew. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice steadier than he felt. The man's lips curled into a faint smile. "It's not what we want from you, Mr. Wu. It's what you can give us." He paused, studying Wu Tao with a cool, assessing gaze. "You've been changed by the surge. You're no longer like other men. You've unlocked something extraordinary. Something we can use." Wu Tao's blood ran cold. The weight of those words hit him like a sledgehammer, and for the first time since the accident, the full scope of what had happened to him began to take shape. This wasn't just about surviving a freak accident or learning to control newfound abilities. There were people out there, dangerous people, who would stop at nothing to exploit him for their own purposes. "I don't know what you're talking about," Wu Tao said, trying to keep his voice neutral. But he knew it was a lie. He could feel the pull of the magnetic fields even now, like an invisible force drawing him in. There was no going back from this. He had become something else entirely. The man's smile deepened, but there was no warmth in it. "You'll come with me. It's not a question, Mr. Wu. It's a necessity." Wu Tao's mind raced. The man had to be with the syndicate. It had to be them, the ones who had been tracking him, watching him since the accident. The organization that had been hunting individuals like him for years. Wu Tao had read about them in hushed whispers in the underground tech community, heard rumors of their shadowy dealings and their experiments with electromagnetic powers. They were ruthless, and they had the resources to make him disappear if he didn't comply. His first instinct was to resist, to slam the door in the man's face and run. But something stopped him. A strange, almost magnetic pull, a voice in his mind whispering that resistance might not be possible. That his life was no longer his to control. The man took a step forward, his presence like an irresistible force. "We can help you, Wu Tao. But you have to help us in return. You have no idea what you've become. No idea what you can do. But we do." Wu Tao's throat tightened, and his eyes flicked to the metallic objects around the room, the lamp on the side table, the refrigerator, the door handle. He could feel them, as though they were alive, pulsing with energy. The temptation to use his powers, to manipulate the metal, to control the electric currents, was overwhelming. But it wasn't just the power he was feeling. It was the control. The idea that he could bend the world around him to his will, that he could make things move, make things happen. It was seductive, but at the same time, fear gnawed at him. What would happen if he gave in completely? What if the power consumed him? "I don't want anything to do with you," Wu Tao said, his voice firmer now, though his heart pounded in his chest. The man's expression remained unchanged. "That's your choice, Mr. Wu. But know this, you're not the only one with abilities. There are others out there, and they won't hesitate to use their powers to control you. To force you to do their bidding." Wu Tao's mind reeled as the man's words sank in. He wasn't alone. The idea of being hunted, of being a pawn in a much larger game, sent a cold shiver down his spine. But there was something else, a flicker of resistance, a spark that told him to run, to take control of his own life before it was too late. "I'm not going with you," Wu Tao said, his voice stronger now. "Leave me alone." The man didn't flinch. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, as if Wu Tao's refusal was a mild inconvenience. He stepped back, his lips curling into a thin smile. "Very well," he said. "But don't think you can hide from us forever. We will find you, Wu Tao. And when we do, you'll have no choice but to come willingly." And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wu Tao standing there, the weight of the man's words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Wu Tao shut the door with trembling hands, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, fear, and uncertainty. The quiet of his apartment felt suffocating, oppressive. His heart still raced as his thoughts bounced from one possibility to the next. He wasn't safe. Not anymore. The syndicate was after him, and they weren't going to stop until they had what they wanted. For a moment, Wu Tao stood frozen, the silence pressing in on him. But then, a sharp realization cut through the fog of his thoughts: he couldn't run. Not anymore. He had to fight back. He had to control the power inside him before someone else did. The question, though, was how. That night, as he lay in bed, the hum of the electricity in the walls seemed louder than ever. He reached out with his mind, feeling the currents, the magnetic fields that pulsed through every object in the room. It was as if the world itself had become a living thing, full of energy and potential, waiting for him to tap into it. His body still hummed with the aftereffects of the surge, and the power felt alive in his veins. For the first time since the accident, Wu Tao felt the overwhelming pull of his abilities. He was no longer just a man. He was something else. Something that could control the very fabric of the world around him. But as he lay there, he couldn't shake the feeling that his powers were a double-edged sword. The more he used them, the more dangerous they became. It wasn't just the syndicate he had to worry about. It was the temptation inside himself, the temptation to wield that power, to bend the world to his will. And once he did, there would be no going back. The night stretched on, and Wu Tao's mind raced with possibilities. In that dark room, with the hum of electricity in his ears, he made a decision. Tomorrow, he would begin training. He would learn to control his powers. And when the syndicate came for him again, he would be ready. But little did Wu Tao know, his life had already taken a turn from which there would be no return. There was no hiding from the power that now coursed through him. And in the shadows, the syndicate was already preparing to come for him. The next morning, Wu Tao woke with a sense of determination pulsing in his chest. The previous night's quiet had settled into something heavier now. He knew the weight of his new life could not be shrugged off. His thoughts felt sharper, his body more attuned to the world around him. The hum of electricity that had filled the walls of his apartment the night before was still there, only now it was louder, like the buzzing of a beehive just beneath his skin. As he made his way through his morning routine, the familiar motions of showering, dressing, and making coffee felt almost surreal. Every object in the room, every appliance, every light fixture, seemed to pulse with an energy that called to him. It was as if the ordinary had become extraordinary, and the humdrum tasks of daily life were now a reminder of how deeply his world had changed. Wu Tao knew that he couldn't keep living in this isolated bubble. The man in the suit had been clear, the syndicate was after him, and they weren't going to stop. But the more Wu Tao thought about the encounter, the more he understood how little he knew about the world that had suddenly opened up to him. The powers he had, his ability to manipulate the flow of electricity, to control magnetic fields, to bend metal with his will, were not just dangerous in the hands of someone untrained. They were dangerous because of what they could become. The temptation was always there, lurking in the back of his mind. The thrill of it, the feeling that he could shape reality itself with just a thought. It was exhilarating and frightening in equal measure. But there was no denying it, he was a new person now, a person who could change the world. The question, however, was whether he could control it before it controlled him. By mid-morning, he was sitting in the small park near his apartment, watching the world go by. The street was quiet, the hum of distant traffic and the occasional gust of wind filling the air. But all Wu Tao could focus on was the power that swirled inside him. The bench beneath him, the metal chains of the swing set in the distance, he could feel them, alive with electricity, pulling at his thoughts like magnets. He closed his eyes and reached out, letting the world around him flood his senses. The metal bench shifted under his fingers, just slightly, as if responding to his thoughts. The leaves in the nearby trees rustled, and Wu Tao could almost feel the pull of the Earth's magnetic field deep beneath the ground. It was as if he were connected to the very forces of nature itself, an intimate understanding of the invisible threads that bound everything together. His concentration was broken by the sound of footsteps approaching. Startled, Wu Tao opened his eyes and immediately regretted it. Standing in front of him was the same man from last night, his dark suit and expression unchanged. Wu Tao's heart leapt into his throat, his body instinctively tensing. "I told you, we'll find you," the man said, his voice smooth, like the calm before a storm. "You can't hide, Wu Tao." For a split second, Wu Tao considered running. His mind raced, he could feel the bench under him like a living thing, could feel the currents running through the air itself. With a simple motion, he could send the man flying across the park. The power was so close, so tempting. But there was something about the man's presence, something unnerving that held Wu Tao back. Instead, Wu Tao stood, his hands gripping the bench as he forced his breath to slow. "You should leave." The man's lips twitched, almost as if he were amused. "It's not that simple, is it?" He stepped closer, his gaze locked on Wu Tao's face. "You've only just begun to scratch the surface of what you're capable of. You think this is power? What you have is just a taste. You've only begun to understand." Wu Tao's heart pounded in his chest. The words hit him harder than he expected. He hadn't fully grasped what the surge had done to him, not yet. The man was right. He had so much more to learn, so much more to understand about the world of power he had been thrust into. "I don't want anything to do with you," Wu Tao said, his voice strained but resolute. He could feel the words in his chest like a weight he had to throw off. "I just want to be left alone." The man's eyes narrowed, his gaze penetrating. "That's not a choice you get to make anymore. The syndicate doesn't care what you want. They care about what you can do. And you're going to help us. Whether you want to or not." Wu Tao's pulse quickened. He could feel the man's words sinking into his skin like daggers. The syndicate wasn't going to give up. And the more he resisted, the more they would push. But there was something deeper that Wu Tao couldn't ignore, the way his powers were growing stronger every day. It wasn't just about self-defense anymore. It was about control, about mastery. He took a deep breath, focusing inward. The man in front of him wasn't just a threat. He was a reminder of how much Wu Tao had changed. He wasn't the same engineer who used to fix wires and circuits. He was something else now. Something with power. And if the syndicate wanted that power, they were going to have to take it from him. With that thought in mind, Wu Tao stepped back, his fingers twitching at his sides. "I'll never work for you," he said, each word punctuated with a quiet strength. "But you can tell your syndicate this, I'm not scared of you." The man studied him for a moment, his lips curling into a thin smile. "We'll see, Mr. Wu. We'll see." With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowds of the park. Wu Tao stood frozen for a moment longer, his mind swirling. The encounter had rattled him, but it had also clarified something. He wasn't going to back down. He couldn't. Not anymore. Later that night, as Wu Tao sat in his apartment, he couldn't stop thinking about the encounter. His mind was a whirl of images, the man's eyes, the feeling of power flowing through him, the fear of being controlled. But there was something else too, the knowledge that he couldn't ignore what he was becoming. The power wasn't just a weapon, it was a force that had the potential to change the world. He had to understand it, master it, before someone else did. His hands were trembling as he sat in front of the computer, scanning the dark corners of the internet for any information he could find about the syndicate. They were dangerous, yes, but they were also the key. They knew about his powers. They understood them. And if he could get close enough to them, he could learn more. He could control this, use it to his advantage. He clicked on a link, one that led to an encrypted forum full of whispers and half-truths about the syndicate. Wu Tao's eyes scanned the text quickly, finding snippets of information that made his blood run cold: secret labs, powerful individuals with abilities, and a network of operatives who would stop at nothing to capture him. One post caught his attention. The syndicate's ultimate goal is to control the world's energy. To harness the power of electromagnetism and bend it to their will. They need people like you, Wu Tao. People who have been changed by the surge. Wu Tao leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The syndicate wasn't just after him, they were after something bigger, something far more dangerous. And the more he read, the clearer it became, he wasn't just fighting to survive. He was fighting to stop something far more insidious from taking over. The next few weeks blurred together as Wu Tao trained, honing his abilities in secret. He could control the magnetic fields more easily now, the electricity at his fingertips. He practiced in the dead of night, manipulating the world around him, testing the limits of his powers. The temptation was always there, nagging at the edges of his mind. But each time he gave in, each time he let himself push the boundaries, he felt the danger grow stronger. There were moments when the power felt intoxicating, when he could feel himself slipping into a place where he could no longer tell where his will ended and the world around him began. But then he would stop, take a breath, and remind himself of what was at stake. He couldn't afford to lose control. Not now. Not when the syndicate was out there, hunting him. Every day, he felt the pressure build, the sense that time was running out. The syndicate would come for him again. And when they did, Wu Tao knew he would have to be ready. Zhao Xian had always believed he was meant for something more. But life had other plans, and those plans involved him dealing with power grids and faulty transformers in a rundown power station at the edge of a small town. He was an electrical engineer, not a hero. There was a certain irony in that. His job was all about keeping the lights on for people who didn't even notice when the lights flickered. Zhao was the kind of guy who made sure people's refrigerators hummed and their televisions blinked to life at night. He didn't dream of saving the world, just of fixing a few circuits and escaping the monotony of his humdrum existence. But everything changed one stormy afternoon. It was one of those days when the weather made no sense, boiling clouds pushing the sun to hide behind a thick veil, gusts of wind slapping at the metal exterior of the power station like a child testing the durability of their toys. Zhao had been walking the length of the transformer line, checking for faults that might have occurred during the first round of lightning strikes. He had no idea that the next bolt would be his. A crack of thunder split the air, and before Zhao could even react, the ground beneath him trembled. A flash of light, brighter than 1,000 suns, slammed into the transformer. The electricity surged violently through the metal structure, ricocheting off the wires, and then, in an unimaginable moment, it connected with Zhao Xian. The world around him vanished, replaced by 1,000 volts of pure electric energy coursing through his veins. His body seized, his muscles locking in a violent spasm, and for an instant, he thought he was dead. But then, something strange happened. Instead of his heart stopping or his body being reduced to ashes, he felt alive, more alive than he had ever been. It was as if his very cells were humming with the rhythm of the electrical current, his mind sharp and clear. The storm that had moments ago threatened to destroy him now felt like something he could control. Zhao's first reaction was to scream, but all that escaped his lips was a sharp, crackling sound, as if the storm itself had taken control of his voice. His hand twitched, and with an almost reflexive motion, he reached out for the nearest electrical panel, expecting nothing to happen. But then, the impossible occurred, the wires sparked as his fingers brushed against them, but instead of being electrocuted, Zhao felt the pulse of energy flow into him, not as a threat, but as something he could command. He instinctively pushed his palm toward a nearby generator, and the current arced from the panel, surging into the machine with a violent intensity. Zhao, still standing, now felt the hum of power in his bones. He was in control. When the storm cleared and the town around him returned to its quiet, rainy normal, Zhao stood in the middle of the power station, breathless and alive, his heart racing not from fear, but from the realization that something had changed forever. "How do you feel?" The voice that broke through the silence of the storm's aftermath didn't belong to anyone Zhao knew. It was smooth, confident, and had an edge of authority. Zhao turned to see a man in a dark trench coat standing just inside the station's gates, as if he had appeared from thin air. The man had an inscrutable expression on his face, his sharp eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Zhao, still reeling from the shock, barely registered the stranger's presence. He was too focused on the power he now felt thrumming through his body. "Who are you?" he stammered, the words coming out more ragged than he had intended. The man smiled, a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "My name is Li Wei," he said, his voice smooth, measured. "I'm here because of your abilities." "Abilities?" Zhao asked, trying to shake off the dizziness that was starting to clear. He was still coming to grips with what had just happened. The surge of energy, the sensation of power flooding his body, he could still feel it, like a second heartbeat. "Yes," Li Wei nodded. "You've been chosen. Not many people are lucky enough to survive a lightning strike, and fewer still have the fortune to be able to wield it as you now can." Zhao narrowed his eyes. "You're saying I can control electricity?" He had always thought of himself as a pragmatic man, rooted in logic, numbers, and the dull reality of circuits and wires. This, whatever it was, wasn't supposed to be real. Li Wei stepped forward, pulling out a sleek black device from his jacket. It buzzed and whirred as he held it in his hand. "You are far more than a simple engineer now. You have the power to manipulate electrical currents, whether it's to protect yourself or destroy your enemies." His eyes locked onto Zhao's, a gleam of something cold there. "And we can teach you to control it, to use it for a much greater purpose." Zhao stared at him, his mind spinning. Greater purpose? The storm outside had subsided, but his thoughts were still turbulent, his head spinning with the realization that his life would never be the same again. Li Wei smiled, his expression unreadable. "I work for an organization known as the Current Herald. Our mission is simple: to maintain global stability, to keep the flow of energy under control." Zhao's mind reeled at the words. He had never been interested in global politics or grand schemes. But the thought of being a part of something bigger, something powerful, was tempting. He had always felt small, like a cog in a machine that he could never quite grasp. Now, he had the chance to be more than just an engineer. He had the chance to change the world. "What do you want from me?" Zhao asked, his voice hoarse. Li Wei took a step closer, his face serious now. "Your powers have the potential to influence the very fabric of the world. You can affect economies, control information, protect nations, or bring them to their knees. We can teach you to harness this power for the greater good." His voice dropped to a near whisper. "We can show you how to control the currents of the world itself." Zhao felt a chill run down his spine, but it was hard to ignore the pull of the offer. For the first time, he could feel the sense of purpose he'd always lacked. He wasn't sure what he was getting himself into, but the idea of being part of something greater, something secretive and powerful, ignited a sense of possibility inside him. "I'm in," Zhao said, not fully understanding what he was committing to, but certain that whatever it was better than the life he had left behind. Li Wei nodded approvingly. "Good. You'll begin your training immediately. Welcome to the Current Herald." Zhao Xian's training within the Current Herald began immediately, though the true nature of his powers and the organization's goals were far from clear. He was guided through a series of rigorous exercises designed to expand his control over the electric currents that now ran through his body. The training facility, hidden deep within an underground complex, was a high-tech marvel, full of buzzing screens, humming machines, and an atmosphere that was both clinical and ominous. For the first few days, Zhao was a passive participant, following the instructions without fully understanding the implications. He learned how to summon lightning at will, focusing his energy into carefully controlled pulses that could light up a room or obliterate a target. He was trained to manipulate electrical systems, to turn a simple circuit into a weapon, to create fields of energy that could shield him from attacks or incapacitate others. At first, the power was intoxicating. He reveled in the newfound strength and control, believing he was doing something important, something that would benefit the world. Li Wei, who had become his primary mentor, was patient, teaching him the intricacies of channeling energy and controlling its flow. Yet there was something unsettling in his manner. He spoke often of the greater good, of maintaining balance and order, but his words were always vague, and the weight of responsibility in his eyes made Zhao uneasy. The man's confidence bordered on arrogance, as though he viewed his control over the world's energy systems as a natural extension of his own superiority. During one of their training sessions, Li Wei had Zhao stand in the center of a large, metal-lined room, a place designed to focus and amplify the electrical energy they were about to harness. Zhao was to perform a series of tests, manipulating small circuits and conducting electrical arcs through the room's systems. He had mastered the basics of these techniques, but today's task was different. He was to channel an entire power grid into a continuous arc of energy. "Focus, Zhao," Li Wei's voice echoed through the dim room. "This is not just about power. It is about control. You must make the current obey you, not the other way around." Zhao nodded, feeling the familiar hum of energy vibrating beneath his skin. He took a deep breath, reaching out with his mind as his hand hovered above the central control panel. Slowly, he began to concentrate, willing the electricity to flow from his fingertips. At first, it was just a spark, barely visible. Then, as he concentrated harder, a surge of energy exploded from his hand, arcing across the room in a blinding flash. The electricity surged through the systems, lighting up the entire complex in a sudden, overwhelming burst. Zhao felt the familiar thrill of controlling it, the rush of power pulsing through him, but then something happened. The current began to stray, splitting off from the lines he had mapped in his mind. It danced unpredictably, bouncing off walls, careening dangerously toward the electrical panels. Zhao's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't supposed to happen. He quickly tried to redirect the energy, but the surge was too wild, too volatile. Li Wei, standing across the room, watched with a cool, almost detached gaze. Zhao's panic was visible in his expression, his brow furrowing in frustration. The electricity started to move faster, as though it had a mind of its own, and for a moment, Zhao wondered if he had lost control entirely, but just as the situation seemed like it would spiral out of control, Li Wei made a swift motion with his hand. The electricity stopped mid-air, frozen, suspended in space, and then it gently dissipated. Zhao staggered back, breathless, his mind racing. "Your control is still weak," Li Wei said softly. "But you're learning." He studied Zhao for a moment, then added, "There is more to this than simply manipulating the current. You must understand its nature, its flow. You must become one with it, not just a master of it." Zhao swallowed hard, still feeling the aftershocks of the intense power he had just unleashed. He had thought he understood his abilities, but now he realized that controlling electricity wasn't just about making it obey. There was a deeper connection, something beyond mere technical mastery. And it wasn't something he could simply learn in a few days. It was going to take time, patience, and perhaps something more, but as the days wore on, Zhao began to notice other oddities within the current herald. There were subtle signs, small moments that made him question the organization's true motives. The deeper he delved into his training, the more he realized that the current herald was not just a peacekeeping force as they had claimed. They were far more insidious, more controlling, than they let on. One evening, after a long day of training, Zhao overheard a conversation in the hallway. The voices were low, but they carried just enough for him to catch the words. "The market will be ours soon," one voice said. "We'll manipulate the stock exchange, influence the global energy supply, and everyone will bow to our will." Zhao's stomach churned. He recognized the voices as belonging to senior members of the current herald, people who had been training him, teaching him to control the energy coursing through the world's grids. But this wasn't about peace, or stability, or any of the noble ideals Li Wei had preached. This was about power, about control. He pressed his back against the wall, barely breathing. As the conversation continued, "Everything is in place," the other voice said. "Once we control the energy flow, we control the world. We'll shape governments, economies, everything. It's just a matter of time." Zhao felt his heart race. This wasn't what he had signed up for. He had believed in the idea of maintaining order, of protecting people. But this? This was something entirely different. The organization he had joined, the very people who had taught him how to wield the most powerful force in the world, were using that power to manipulate and dominate. They weren't peacekeepers, they were the ones pulling the strings, shaping the world in their own image. He walked away from the conversation, his mind spinning. He couldn't ignore what he had heard. But at the same time, he was trapped. What could he do? He had made himself indispensable to the current herald. His powers were unmatched, his ability to control electricity unparalleled. He had no choice but to stay and continue learning, at least for now. But in the back of his mind, a nagging question remained: how long would it be before the very current that had given him his power was used to control him? Over the next few weeks, Zhao's unease deepened. He threw himself into his training, trying to ignore the creeping suspicion that the organization he had joined was not what it seemed. But the more he learned, the more he realized the depth of their manipulation. The current herald controlled not only power grids and energy systems but also the world's financial markets. They could create crises at will, destabilizing economies, and bending entire governments to their will. The more Zhao uncovered, the more it became clear, the current herald was not a force for good. They were using their power to control and manipulate on a global scale. The tipping point came when Zhao was given a mission that would forever change the course of his life. He was ordered to initiate a controlled blackout in one of the world's most influential cities. The purpose was simple: disrupt the local government, trigger chaos in the financial sector, and bring the city to its knees. It was a calculated move, designed to push the city into a state of disarray, allowing the current herald to step in and restore order by taking control of its energy systems. As Zhao prepared to carry out the mission, he was hit by a wave of conflicting emotions. He knew he had the power to do it. He could cut the city's power, cripple its infrastructure, and watch the chaos unfold. He could bring everything to a halt with the flick of a switch. But as he stood in front of the control panel, ready to trigger the blackout, a voice inside him screamed that this was wrong. This wasn't about protecting the people, it was about dominating them. The current herald wasn't trying to maintain balance. They were engineering a crisis to seize control. Zhao hesitated, his finger hovering over the button. He could feel the electricity inside him, pulsing with potential, with destructive force. But he didn't want to be the instrument of that destruction. Not anymore. The moment stretched into eternity, and then, with a sudden, decisive motion, Zhao pulled his hand away from the panel. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't. It was time to make a choice. The final moments of Zhao Xian's decision would forever change him. The organization he had once believed in was nothing more than a shadow, a puppet master pulling the strings behind the scenes. And Zhao Xian had become too powerful to simply follow orders anymore. He turned his back on the current herald, determined to expose their true intentions and stop them before they could execute their grand plan. As he left the underground complex that had once been his training ground, Zhao felt the current still pulsing in his veins, a constant reminder of the power he now wielded. But he knew one thing for sure: the world didn't need a puppet master. It needed someone who could bring the power back to the people. The journey ahead would be dangerous, but Zhao was ready. He had a mission of his own now, to take back control, and to ensure that the current didn't flow in the wrong direction again. The future of the world was at stake, and Zhao Xian was prepared to fight for it. Zhao Xian's heart raced as he walked away from the control panel, leaving behind the opportunity to trigger a crisis that would have altered the course of a city, perhaps the entire nation. The weight of the choice hung heavy on him. He had defied the orders of the current herald, an act that, at the very least, would make him a target. But the feeling that surged within him wasn't fear, it was something else, something powerful, relief. He couldn't ignore the fact that the organization, the people who had recruited him, were not what they seemed. They hadn't been about saving the world or maintaining balance, they were about taking control. They manipulated everything: the economy, the governments, the very flow of energy that powered the lives of millions. They had created a world where they could pull the strings, shaping it into a shadowy empire of their own design. And Zhao had become a part of it, at least for a time, but not anymore. With the blackout mission aborted, Zhao knew he couldn't go back to the complex, to the cold, calculated world of the current herald. It was time to take action, to expose their manipulation before it was too late. But doing so wouldn't be easy. The current herald's reach extended beyond power grids and financial markets. They had eyes everywhere. And Zhao's betrayal would not go unnoticed. He didn't know where to go next, but he knew he couldn't stay. He needed time to think, time to plan. The streets outside the facility were eerily quiet as he stepped into the cool night air, his mind still swirling with thoughts of what he had just done. He had walked away from the most powerful organization he had ever encountered. The consequences of his decision were still unclear, but one thing was certain: he couldn't allow them to continue their operations unchecked. Zhao's first step was to disappear. He needed to cut ties with everything that had defined his life up until that moment: his work, his mentor, and the insidious web of control that had been woven around him. He couldn't risk leading the current herald back to his location. He had learned enough to know they would stop at nothing to neutralize anyone who threatened their plans. He took the train out of the city, heading to the countryside, where the isolation would give him the space he needed. He was just an ordinary man now, a fugitive, alone in a world that no longer seemed as simple as it once had. His powers, the electric energy that now flowed through his body, were both a blessing and a curse. They had given him the ability to control electricity, to manipulate the very forces that powered the world, but they had also drawn him into a deadly game of global control. He spent days traveling, moving from small town to small town, avoiding major cities. He had no real destination in mind, just a need to stay out of sight. Yet even in his isolation, he couldn't escape the creeping suspicion that the current herald was already searching for him. He had heard stories, whispers in the wind, of operatives moving through the country, quietly eliminating anyone who had betrayed the organization. The fear of being hunted was constant, a gnawing presence that kept him awake at night. But even more than that, there was a deeper fear, the fear of being powerless again. The power he had gained, the ability to control the current that ran through the world, had become a part of him. It was as much a part of his body as his heartbeat. But with this power came the responsibility of using it wisely. The longer he stayed in hiding, the more he felt the weight of his inaction pressing down on him. Zhao couldn't sit by and do nothing. He had to act. But how? He needed allies, people who weren't under the control of the current herald, people who still had the freedom to make their own choices. But how could he find such people? The organization's influence stretched far and wide, and even those who weren't directly involved with them were often unknowingly manipulated by their control over energy networks. It seemed impossible to trust anyone. Then, in one small, nondescript town in the northeast, Zhao found an answer. It wasn't much, just a newspaper article tucked away in a dusty corner of the local library, but it was enough. There were whispers of a group, a resistance of sorts, gathering in secret, working to disrupt the global power structures controlled by the current herald. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead Zhao had. He didn't hesitate. He followed the trail, finding himself in a secluded cabin on the outskirts of a forest, miles from the nearest road. The people there were nothing like the members of the current herald. They were ordinary citizens, scientists, activists, and former government officials, united by a single cause: to dismantle the control the current herald had over the world's energy systems. They had been working in the shadows for years, taking down key infrastructure, leaking information to the press, and gathering evidence of the organization's crimes. Zhao approached them cautiously, revealing only what he thought they needed to know. He was no longer the eager recruit of the current herald. He was someone who had seen the truth and was ready to fight for a different future. He was no longer afraid of his powers, but he had learned how dangerous they could be when in the wrong hands. Over the next few weeks, Zhao worked alongside the resistance. He used his abilities to infiltrate power stations, disable tracking systems, and sabotage the current herald's operations. The more he worked with the group, the more he realized how deep the organization's roots went. The current herald was everywhere, embedded in governments, corporations, and even in the systems that controlled the flow of energy across the globe. Zhao began to see a glimmer of hope. The resistance wasn't large, but it was growing. And they were not alone. Zhao had made contact with other factions around the world, groups who had seen the same signs of manipulation and control that he had. They were united by a common goal: to expose the current herald's true intentions and free the world from their grip. But even as Zhao fought alongside the resistance, he knew that the hardest part was still to come. The current herald was powerful, and they would not give up without a fight. Zhao had already felt the force of their wrath once. It would only be a matter of time before they came for him again, and this time, they would be ready. But Zhao wasn't afraid anymore. He had spent too long being afraid of his own power, too long hiding from the truth. The current herald had manipulated the flow of energy for too long. It was time to return the power to the people, to stop the puppet masters and let the world decide its own future. The final confrontation was inevitable, and Zhao knew that his powers would play a pivotal role in the coming battle. But he also knew that the battle was not just about electricity, about controlling the current. It was about control itself. It was about freedom, choice, and the right to determine the course of one's own life. The storm that had once given Zhao his powers and now felt like a distant memory. What mattered now wasn't how he had gained his abilities, but how he would use them to change the world. The time for hiding was over. It was time to make a stand. Li Kai was used to working with electricity. It was his job, after all. He spent his days maintaining power lines, fixing transformers, and keeping the city's lights on. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills. He wasn't one for adventure, and the idea of being anything more than a humble power engineer never crossed his mind. That was, of course, before the accident. It happened on a Tuesday, the kind of day that blended into all the others. The sun was harsh, and the humidity clung to Li's shirt as he worked in the control room of the local substation. His co-workers were on their breaks, which meant he had a rare moment of peace to deal with the overwhelming stack of maintenance requests. It was all standard stuff, a broken circuit here, a loose wire there. But that morning, something felt off. The air was too still, the hum of the power lines louder than usual. Li didn't think much of it as he stood by the live power line, adjusting a fuse. His hands were steady, focused on the task at hand. That was, until the lights flickered, and everything went wrong. He didn't see the surge coming. 1 second, he was adjusting the fuse, the next, a blinding flash of light consumed him. The world around him went silent. For a moment, everything was pure white, a flash so intense, it felt as if he were standing at the heart of a lightning strike. Then, just as suddenly, the light dissipated. Li found himself lying on the floor, his body trembling. His heart pounded as he tried to process what had just happened. He was alive. That much was clear. But the strange thing was, he felt different, wired, like his very cells were buzzing with electricity. His fingers tingled, his body felt warm, and when he looked down at his hands, they seemed to glow faintly. What the hell? Li muttered, standing up. His legs felt strong, like he had just run a marathon, but his mind was in a daze. The confusion turned to panic when he noticed something moving across the room. A wrench, one of the tools he had been using earlier, seemed to shift slightly on its own, as though pulled by an invisible force. Before he could react, the wrench flew toward him, stopping just inches from his face. Li instinctively raised his hand, and in that instant, the wrench changed direction, hovering in the air and dropping neatly into his palm. Okay, this is insane, he whispered to himself. Li looked around, and it didn't take long for him to realize that something had changed. Something huge. He felt as if he could control the very air around him, like he could bend the forces of nature to his will. He took a deep breath and focused on the nearest power outlet, his fingers crackling with energy as he reached out to it. At first, nothing happened. Then, a low hum filled the air, and the outlet flickered to life, electricity surging into the wires, which caused the lights to brighten. It wasn't just the outlet that responded, it was everything. The entire room hummed with energy, alive and vibrant in a way Li had never experienced. His heart raced as he realized the full extent of what had just happened. He had always worked with electricity, but now it felt like he was electricity. It wasn't just an accident, it was a transformation. Li had no idea how it happened, why it happened, or what he was supposed to do with this power. But he knew one thing for sure, he wasn't the same man who had walked into that substation an hour ago. Later that night, back at his small apartment, Li couldn't stop thinking about the events of the day. He had spent hours in front of the mirror, watching his hands glow faintly as he experimented with his newfound abilities. He could feel the pulse of power running through his veins, each movement sending a jolt through the air. But there was a nagging question in the back of his mind. What now? He stood in front of his toaster, the same one that had been broken for weeks. He had tried everything, new fuses, new parts, but it never worked. Now, though, he had an idea. The thought of using his power to fix something so trivial seemed almost laughable. But then again, if he could control electricity, why not fix the damn toaster? Li focused, extending his fingers toward the toaster. At first, nothing happened. But then, the toaster's metal coils began to glow, the electricity flowing through them as if they had been newly installed. The toaster popped, the bread perfectly toasted, and Li let out a laugh, half in disbelief, half in exhilaration. He held the perfectly toasted bread in his hand, grinning. It was a small victory, but in that moment, it felt like everything had changed. The next few days were a blur of experimentation. Li took every opportunity to test his abilities, trying everything from levitating his TV remote to controlling the electrical current of the streetlights outside his window. It was exhilarating, but it also made him uneasy. The more he played with the power, the more he felt his control slipping. One evening, Li found himself at a bar with a few co-workers, the kind of place he usually avoided. He was still getting used to the feeling of electricity thrumming beneath his skin, and he wasn't sure how to talk about it. How could he? He was no superhero. He was just a guy who worked with power lines, but tonight, something was different. After a few drinks, Lee started feeling bold. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe it was the growing sense of invincibility that came with his new powers. Either way, he found himself picking a fight with one of the regulars at the bar, a loudmouth college student who had been bragging about his superior intellect. "Hey, old man," the student sneered, slurring his words. "Shouldn't you be fixing some wires or something? What do you even do with your life, huh?" Lee's blood boiled. He hated being called old man, especially by some brat who thought he had everything figured out. He felt the surge of power in his fingertips, and before he could stop himself, he flicked his hand. The lights overhead flickered wildly, and the student was thrown backward, crashing into a table. The entire bar fell silent. Li blinked in shock. What had he just done? The student struggled to his feet, looking wide-eyed at Lee. You did that?" Lee didn't know how to respond. He had never meant to hurt anyone. But as he looked at the student, something inside him snapped. This was a person who had disrespected him, someone who thought they were better. And now Lee had the power to make them pay. He wasn't sure where the anger came from, but it felt righteous. Justice, in his eyes. From that night forward, Lee's use of his powers became increasingly erratic. At first, he used them to solve small problems, like fixing appliances or speeding up traffic lights to avoid delays. But then, something darker began to take hold. He found himself resenting the small injustices he saw around him: rude drivers, condescending coworkers, and the constant pressure of living in a city that never seemed to appreciate him. Each time someone wronged him, the temptation to use his power grew stronger. It wasn't long before Lee had used his abilities to teach people a lesson. A corrupt businessman at a restaurant who had been rude to the waitress was struck by a lightning bolt, causing his steak to fly off his plate and his hair to stand on end. Lee wasn't sure why, but in that moment, it felt right. It felt like a correction. A balance, but the consequences of his actions were starting to catch up to him. People began to talk. Rumors spread of a mysterious figure with the ability to control electricity, taking matters into his own hands. Some called him a hero. Others, a menace. The media dubbed him the Electric Enforcer. Lee's rise as the Electric Enforcer was a strange and inevitable thing. In the beginning, the city had been a place where his only role was an unseen cog in the machinery that powered the lights, the homes, the office buildings. He had been content in his anonymity, a man who fixed things quietly, with no attention, no applause. But now, with his new powers, he had become something more, something darker. The first few incidents were spontaneous. The businessman at the restaurant had been just one of many moments where Lee's abilities erupted without warning, like an itch he couldn't ignore. The way the man's steak had flown off his plate, the way his hair had stood on end, the terrified look in his eyes, it had felt good. Like a release. A righteous strike against someone who had treated others poorly. That feeling, the one where you made someone suffer just as they'd made others suffer, became addictive. The next day, Lee read about it in the papers. "Mysterious electric figure strikes again," the headline blared. It wasn't just that he had used his power to punish a rude customer, he had become the subject of an urban legend. People started talking. Some thought he was a superhero. Others, a vigilante. The government wasn't sure whether to track him down or attempt to recruit him for their own purposes. Lee was becoming a figure that straddled the line between hero and menace, and he couldn't decide which side of the line he belonged on. The adrenaline rush that came from using his powers was like a drug. It was quick, intense, and it left him feeling high. The more he used it, the more his anger twisted into something darker. He wasn't just fighting for justice anymore, he was enjoying the violence, the fear, the chaos. And with that enjoyment, his control over the power began to slip. He didn't even notice at first, but as the days passed, he realized something troubling. The more anger he felt, the more uncontrollable his powers became. His body buzzed with electricity, surging like a live wire, and there were times when he couldn't even stop himself. It was on a Thursday night, when Lee walked into a local bar after work, that the consequences of his actions hit him squarely in the face. He had been planning on keeping a low profile. A quiet drink. Maybe watch the game on TV and forget about the weight of what he'd become. But as he sat down at the bar, nursing a glass of water, his nerves too frazzled for anything stronger, he overheard a conversation. Two men, sitting at the next table, were talking about a protest rally. A group of young activists were planning to shut down a major construction project in the city that was being pushed through by a corrupt real estate tycoon. Lee knew the tycoon. He'd seen the man at parties, surrounded by sycophants. The kind of person who used his wealth to bully people into submission. The kind of person Lee would normally have ignored, but tonight, with the weight of power running through his veins, everything felt different. I didn't know why he did it. Maybe it was the anger that had been building in him for days. Maybe it was the subtle urge to do something about the injustice he saw in the world. Or maybe it was because he could, and that in itself was enough. But before he realized what was happening, he stood up from his seat, walked toward the group of men, and tapped one on the shoulder. "Hey," Lee said, his voice low, calm, even though inside, his chest was pounding. "I think I can help you with your little protest." The man turned around, looking Lee up and down. He was the type of person who would have dismissed Lee without a second thought if he hadn't sensed something in the way Lee spoke, something unsettling, something that made him pause. "What's that supposed to mean?" the man asked, narrowing his eyes. Lee's hand crackled with electricity, and without a word, he extended his palm toward the man. The air around them seemed to hum with the rising charge, and for a moment, everything slowed. The man's face went pale, his mouth opening to say something, but nothing came out. Lee didn't need to do much more than concentrate. He simply focused on the electrical grid running beneath the city and let his power surge. The lights in the bar flickered violently, and for a split second, everything went dark. When the lights came back on, the man who had spoken to Lee was gone. In his place was a twisted metal chair that had been thrown across the room, and the air was filled with a buzzing hum. The other patrons looked around, confused, but Lee wasn't thinking about them. He was already walking toward the door. He didn't care what anyone thought. He wasn't afraid of the consequences anymore. He had power, and that power gave him a sense of freedom he hadn't felt before. That night, Lee followed the protesters to the construction site. When he arrived, he saw the barricades they had set up and the protesters shouting about the evils of corporate greed. The workers, unaware of the protest, were preparing to begin their shifts. Lee watched from the shadows, his hand flexing as electricity pulsed through his veins. The protesters looked desperate. They weren't just there to shut down the site, they were there to make a statement, and Lee could feel their energy. He wanted to help them, but he also wanted to feel the power surging within him. Without thinking, Lee raised his hands to the sky and let loose. The lights around the construction site blinked out, and then there was a roar of power as electrical cables snapped and sparks flew. The protesters screamed, scattering in every direction. The workers, panicked and confused, tried to escape. But Lee didn't stop there. He kept pushing, amplifying the electrical surges until the entire site was in chaos, like a live wire had snapped and everything around him was burning with it. The next day, the headlines told the story: "Electric Vigilante Strikes Again." They called him a hero in some circles, a madman in others. It didn't matter to Lee. He had made a statement, and in that moment, he felt untouchable, but something inside him was changing. The thrill of using his powers had been intoxicating, but now, he was beginning to feel the weight of what he was doing. People were talking about him. They were afraid of him, but they were also curious. And the more they talked, the more Lee began to hear whispers. Some saw him as a force for good, a necessary evil in a corrupt city. Others saw him as a dangerous man who needed to be stopped. And then, there were the police. Detective Zhang Wei, a longtime friend of Lee's, was the first to be assigned to the case. Zhang had known Li since high school, and although they had drifted apart over the years, they still shared a bond, a history that Li couldn't ignore. No matter how much he tried, Zhang had always been the practical one. The one who followed the rules. The one who believed in order and the law. But as he watched the reports of the Electric Enforcer flash across his TV screen, something inside him shifted. He wasn't sure what had happened to Li, but he couldn't believe that his old friend had become the kind of person who would lash out in such a violent, uncontrolled way that he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to stop it. Stop Li. Before he went too far, Zhang reached out to Li, trying to get in touch, hoping that his old friend would listen, hoping that the man he used to know would reappear. But Li was different now. And deep down, Zhang knew it. He wasn't sure if he was hunting a hero or a monster. It wasn't long before Zhang and his team tracked Li down to his apartment. The door burst open, and Li was standing in the middle of his living room, electricity crackling from his fingertips. He was prepared, knowing that the confrontation was inevitable. Li, Zhang called out, his voice both familiar and distant. Stop this. Li's eyes flashed with something dark, anger, frustration, fear. But it wasn't just about the fight anymore. It was about control. It was about losing himself and not knowing how to get it back. Zhang took a step closer. You don't have to do this. You're not a monster. You can still stop this before it's too late. For a moment, Li hesitated. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the entire room went dark. The chase had begun. Li's hands crackled with electricity, the power thrumming through his fingertips like an animal eager to escape. The room around him pulsed with an unnatural energy as he stood facing Zhang Wei, his former friend now standing in the doorway with his hand outstretched, as though trying to calm a wild animal. For a long moment, the two men just stared at each other, the weight of the situation settling heavily between them. Zhang's voice was firm but pleading. Li, please. This isn't you. You're not a villain. You've always done what was right before. You can stop this. Li's chest tightened. His breathing came faster, erratic. The temptation to lash out was overwhelming, the constant hum of the power inside him pushing him towards something darker. But the words Zhang spoke, they felt like a tether. A reminder of who he used to be, before the power took hold of him. His fist clenched, and a violent pulse of electricity surged through the room, sending a jolt through the air. Stop, Zhang repeated, stepping closer. Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate. He couldn't just destroy everything in a fit of rage, not again. He had already gone too far. And yet, the anger was there, bubbling just beneath the surface. The power surged again, threatening to explode, but Li fought to keep it contained. I'm not the person you think I am anymore, Li said, his voice strained. I'm not the guy you knew, Zhang. I've changed. Zhang's eyes softened, and for a brief moment, it was as if they were back in high school again, before life had pulled them in different directions. Before everything had gotten so complicated. But then Zhang stepped forward, his voice steady and full of resolve. I don't care who you think you've become, he said. I care about who you still are, Li. You don't have to do this. This power, it's not you. It's controlling you. And if you let it take over, you'll lose everything. Li's heart skipped a beat. The fear in Zhang's eyes mirrored his own, and for a moment, it felt like he could just let go, like he could give in to that tiny, flickering spark of hope that maybe there was still time to fix this, but the moment passed. With a surge of power, Li sent a crackling bolt of electricity toward the ceiling, splitting the light fixture in half. The room erupted into darkness. You don't understand, Li hissed, his voice low, his eyes wild. This is who I am now. I can't go back. I won't. Zhang's expression hardened, his eyes flicking to the shadows around them, knowing that a confrontation was inevitable. Then you leave me no choice. Before Li could react, Zhang reached into his jacket, pulling out a small device, a high-powered EMP emitter. He had known that this moment would come, that if he couldn't reach Li, he would need to use something to stop him. With a click of a button, the device hummed to life, sending a pulse of electromagnetic energy into the room. The effect was immediate. Li's body locked up, every muscle in his frame tensing as the power in his veins abruptly cut off. The buzz of electricity that had filled his being faded to nothing, leaving him stunned, disoriented, and vulnerable. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. His vision blurred, and for the first time in weeks, he felt like himself again, weak, human, lost. Zhang stood over him, his face grim. "You have to let it go, Li. You have to stop before you hurt more people." Li's hands trembled as he tried to stand, but the power was gone, and he was left with nothing but the weight of his decisions. "I can't," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I can't control it anymore." Zhang looked at him for a long moment, his expression softening. "Then let me help you. We'll find a way to fix this. But you need to stop running, Li. You need to stop this madness before it consumes you." Li's mind raced, the power still burning inside him, waiting for the slightest flicker to set it off again. But Zhang's words, those words filled with compassion, stirred something deep inside him. For the first time in a long time, Li felt like there was hope. Maybe, just maybe, he could turn this around. But he had to make the choice. As he looked up at Zhang, the overwhelming anger that had fueled him for so long began to wane, replaced by a quiet, aching realization of how far he had gone. How much destruction he had caused. How many people he had hurt. "I've lost control," Li muttered, his voice breaking. "I don't know how to stop it." Zhang extended his hand, pulling Li to his feet. "We'll figure it out. Together." It wasn't going to be easy. Li knew that. But for the first time, he wasn't alone. And that thought, however small, felt like the first step toward redemption. The days that followed were a blur of recovery and reflection. Li was no longer the unstoppable force of nature he had once been, but the struggle to reclaim his humanity was far from over. With Zhang's help, he tried to isolate himself from the temptation to use his powers. They sought out experts, scientists, and even old acquaintances who might know something about controlling the kind of energy that now coursed through him. But no one had answers. The media continued to report on the mysterious figure of the Electric Enforcer. Some saw him as a fallen hero, a vigilante gone rogue. Others viewed him as a dangerous criminal, a symbol of the dangers of unchecked power. Li knew what he was. He was neither hero nor villain. He was just a man who had gone too far, a man who was now trying to find his way back, but no matter how hard he tried, the power still lingered inside him. It was always there, like a whisper at the back of his mind. He could feel it, even when he wasn't using it. The tension, the hum, the desire to lash out. It was an itch he couldn't scratch, a hunger he couldn't feed. It wasn't until one night, when he stood on the roof of his apartment building, staring out at the city, that he realized what he had to do. The city he had once tried to protect was the same city that had turned its back on him. The same city that had demanded he be something he wasn't, that had pushed him to become a monster. But Li wasn't a monster. He wasn't the Electric Enforcer. He was just Li Kai. And that was enough. In that moment, he made the choice. He would let go of the power, the anger, the need for vengeance. He would walk away from the role he had created for himself and try to rebuild his life from the ashes, and so, with a final surge of willpower, Li let go. The power that had been so much a part of him faded away, leaving him standing on that rooftop in silence. He wasn't sure what the future would hold, or if he could ever truly atone for the destruction he had caused. But he knew one thing for sure, he would no longer be the Electric Enforcer. He would be something else. Something better. For the first time in a long time, Li Kai felt at peace. Chen Peng always knew that life was a predictable sequence of static moments, like the hum of electricity beneath the surface of the world. As an electrical engineer at the national power grid, he understood the flow of current better than most. Every wire, every circuit, every flicker of a light bulb told a story he had learned to read and manage. He was the invisible hand that kept the lights on, the turbines spinning, and the grid from crashing into chaos. But on that rainy Thursday night, as the storm raged outside and the wind howled through the broken windows of the substation, Chen's life would change forever. The sky crackled with the kind of electric energy that made the air smell sharp and metallic. The substation, old and neglected, groaned under the pressure. And when lightning struck, a jagged, violent bolt that seemed to target the very core of the facility, Chen's world was upended. He had been troubleshooting a malfunctioning transformer when the storm hit, the fury of nature coinciding with the unsteady pulse of the grid. Before he could react, the transformer exploded with a deafening roar, throwing Chen backward. His head slammed into the concrete floor, and his body was flung into a mass of twisted wires and sparking equipment. For a moment, everything went black. When Chen regained consciousness, it was to the sound of the fire alarms blaring and the sharp, acrid smell of smoke filling his nostrils. His fingers twitched, an involuntary response as his body struggled to rise. But as he moved, something strange happened. His eyes flicked toward the shattered control panel, the flickering lights and buzzing wires, and an inexplicable sensation washed over him. It wasn't just the aftershock of the accident, it was something new. Something, alive, electricity. He could feel it. More than feel it, he could sense it in a way that was almost intimate. Every current that flowed through the wires, every pulse of energy that surged through the power grid, it was as though it was calling to him. He could hear it, the soft hum of the currents, the whispering whispers of volts and amps dancing in unison. And when his fingers brushed against the control panel, the surge of energy was like a jolt of fire coursing through him, but it wasn't painful. It was exhilarating. He pulled his hand away, unsure whether he had imagined the sensation. His body still felt numb, but his mind was wide awake, buzzing with awareness. As he stumbled to his feet, he realized something else: he could control it. The flow of electricity, the way it moved, the way it responded, it was at his command. At first, it was small. The lights flickered as he passed by, and with a simple focus, he was able to make them brighten, then dim, at will. He laughed quietly to himself. It was ridiculous. A trick. Just a side effect of the accident. That had to be it, right? But when he walked toward the door, his steps slow and unsteady, he caught sight of a vending machine by the wall. The screen had gone black, the power cut off when the system had failed earlier. Without thinking, he focused on it, and to his surprise, the screen blinked back to life, the letters and numbers scrolling across the display in perfect sequence. It wasn't just a fluke. He didn't know how or why it worked, but he knew it did. The current was no longer something abstract, it was something tangible, something he could bend to his will. The potential was limitless. For a brief moment, he wondered if he should tell someone, get help. But then, something inside him pushed those thoughts away. This was his, and only his. With a deep breath, he walked outside the substation, his mind racing. The storm had passed, but the world around him still hummed with energy. It was like he had tapped into a hidden part of reality, one that connected everything. Every wire, every power station, every device that hummed and buzzed, it was all linked, and now, so was he. In the days that followed, Chen's fascination grew. He began experimenting, small tests at first. The light switch in his apartment. A malfunctioning coffee machine. A television remote. He could make things work again with a simple thought, a subtle command. It was intoxicating. The power to control everything around him, to bend technology to his will, it was like being a magician in a world that had long since forgotten the art of wonder. But as his skills grew stronger, so did his curiosity. He started to realize that his powers weren't limited to just fixing broken machines. He could manipulate the flow of electricity, control it with precision. It wasn't just about turning things on and off, it was about control. True control. One evening, after a particularly long day at the grid, Chen sat in his small, dimly lit apartment, staring at his computer screen. His mind raced with the possibilities. He had been able to turn on the lights, fix his appliances, but what if he could go further? What if he could reach into the very systems that ran the world, those vast networks of information that connected everything, from power plants to government databases? It was a simple thought, an innocent curiosity. What would happen if he hacked the grid? The first time he did it, he was careful. He had been studying the architecture of the grid for years, understanding its vulnerabilities, its weak points. He knew that a skilled hacker could potentially infiltrate the system and redirect power. What he hadn't expected was the ease with which he could do it, the fluidity with which he was able to enter the system, his mind syncing with the hum of the electrical pulse. It was as if the grid itself welcomed him, folding open to reveal its secrets. He didn't take anything, not at first. He simply watched, studied, and marveled at the complexity of it all. Data flowed through the grid like an invisible river, one that carried not just electricity but information, encrypted communications, signals, coordinates. It was a strange world, hidden beneath the hum of power lines and buried deep within the circuits of the machines, but the more Chen observed, the more he understood. This world was not just a network of wires, it was a web of control. The grid, the internet, the very systems that powered society were all interconnected, feeding each other, shaping the flow of information, and ultimately, the flow of power. One night, after weeks of observation, Chen did something he hadn't planned on. He changed something. Just a small alteration, an edit to a data file, a nudge that would go unnoticed. He wasn't sure what he was trying to prove, whether it was just the thrill of manipulation or a deeper need to understand the scope of his power. But the moment he did it, the moment that change rippled through the system, he felt the weight of it. He had crossed a line. The next day, Chen woke to the sound of his phone buzzing on the nightstand. He reached for it, his fingers brushing against the smooth screen. For a moment, the screen flickered, then went blank. He frowned. He had just charged it. Maybe it was a glitch. But then, without warning, the screen blinked back on, and a message appeared. "I know what you're doing." It was an encrypted message, one that hadn't come from anyone he knew. His heart raced. How could anyone know? He had been so careful, but before he could investigate further, his phone rang. The caller ID was unfamiliar, but the voice on the other end was not Chen Peng. It was a woman's voice, calm but firm. "We need to talk. What you're doing could be dangerous." Chen's mind raced as he held the phone to his ear. The voice on the other end was calm, eerily so, but there was something unnerving in the way the words hung in the air. "We need to talk. What you're doing could be dangerous." He couldn't place the voice. It wasn't anyone from the power grid, not anyone he'd ever worked with. The tone, though, was one of authority, but not the kind that came from a simple government official. This was something else, something far more shadowy. His first instinct was to hang up. But he didn't. The impulse to know more, whatever it was stronger. Something told him this was no ordinary phone call. I don't know who you are," Chen stammered, trying to keep his voice steady, though he could feel the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. "What do you mean, dangerous?" The voice sighed, a long, exasperated sound. "You don't understand. Do you think you're the first to stumble on these abilities? What you're playing with, Chen, it's more than just power, it's control. And there are people, powerful people, who don't like their control being threatened." Chen's heart skipped. He didn't speak. He just listened. "You've tapped into something bigger than you," the voice continued. "Something you don't understand. And now, you're on their radar." There was a pause, as if the person on the other end was weighing whether to continue. "I can help you, but you need to be careful. You can't just go around changing things. You don't know what that will set in motion." Chen's mind was swimming. The way the voice spoke, as if they had been watching him all along, set off alarms in his head. The thought that his small experiments with the grid, his innocent curiosity, hadn't gone unnoticed sent a cold shiver down his spine. "You're not alone in this," the voice said. "There are others like you, others who can control the flow of electricity, bend it to their will. But they're not your friends, Chen. Some of them work for the government. Some want to use that power for themselves." Before Chen could respond, the voice dropped a final piece of information. "You've already made a mistake, but you can still make it right. If you don't, they'll come for you. They'll take everything from you." The line went dead. Chen's fingers tightened around the phone, his knuckles white. He wasn't sure what had just happened, but he felt something else now, something far stronger than before. Fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the power he had so freely manipulated. Now knowing that he wasn't the only one who could control it, the weight of the situation pressed down on him. The accident, the power, the way everything had shifted, this was bigger than just a malfunctioning grid. This was a game of power, a game he hadn't been prepared to play. For hours, he sat in his apartment, staring at the phone, unable to move, unable to think clearly. His mind was a storm of confusion, the words from the mysterious caller echoing through his thoughts. "They'll come for you." He had to make a decision. But what? What was he supposed to do with this newfound power? The question gnawed at him. At first, it had seemed harmless, just a strange side effect of the accident, something he could use to fix broken machines, to have a bit of fun with. But now, everything had changed. There were people watching, people who knew what he could do. And they wanted something from him. His phone buzzed again, pulling him from his thoughts. The caller's ID was private this time, Chen. The voice on the other end was the same, but there was an edge to it now, a sense of urgency. "You're still there?" Chen didn't speak at first, unsure of what to say. Instead, he let out a shaky breath and finally asked, "Who are you?" "Someone who's trying to help you." The voice softened, as if understanding the tension in his silence. "You don't understand what's at stake. There are people in positions of power, people who want to use what you can do to reshape the world. And if they succeed, well, the future won't be yours to shape anymore." Chen could feel the gravity of the situation weighing down on him, every word from the voice sinking in like a stone into the still waters of his thoughts. His initial impulse was to shut it all out. To tell the voice to leave him alone. But he couldn't. The feeling, the knowing, that there were forces out there far more powerful than he could ever imagine, lurking in the shadows, made it impossible to turn away. "What do you want from me?" Chen asked, his voice hoarse, unsure of whether he was speaking to a friend or an enemy. "I want to help you see things clearly," the voice replied. "I want you to see the truth. There's a war happening, Chen. A war you're a part of now. One that's fought in the currents, the flow of electricity. The information that controls everything." Information? Yes. It's not just the power grid. It's the control of information, of systems, of networks. You've only scratched the surface of what's possible. But there's a larger battle going on, and you need to decide which side you're on. Chen stood, walking over to his desk, his mind spinning. A war? A war fought in the currents? He had never thought of it that way. The grid, the machines, the power that flowed through everything, he had always seen it as just technology. Tools. But now, it felt like he was standing on the edge of something vast and dangerous, a place where the lines between what was real and what was controlled were starting to blur. "Who are these people?" he asked. "What side are they on?" "You'll find out soon enough," the voice said. "But first, you need to understand that you have a choice. You can use this power for your own gain, or you can use it to fight for something bigger. To protect people. To protect the truth." Chen's mind raced. Protect the truth. What did that even mean? "Look," the voice continued, you need to meet someone. Someone who can show you how this all works. But you have to trust them. Trust me. You can't do this alone. Chen felt the weight of the decision bearing down on him. It had started out so small, just a curiosity about his own abilities. But now, it was clear that this was no accident. His power wasn't something he could hide from. It wasn't something he could ignore. He was caught in something much bigger than himself, a game he had never signed up for, but one that would determine the fate of everything he had known. He exhaled slowly, his eyes scanning the room. Everything in his life, his work, his quiet existence, had been a lie. This was the truth now, whether he was ready for it or not. "All right," Chen said, the words leaving his mouth with a quiet resolve. "Where do we meet?" "Good," the voice replied, the tone now tinged with approval. "Meet me at the old power plant on the edge of town. I'll be waiting." Chen hung up the phone and sat still for a moment, the weight of the conversation lingering in the air like a storm cloud. He had no idea who he was dealing with, but the urgency in the voice, the conviction that he had to make a choice, made it impossible to turn back. His hand gripped the edge of the desk, his mind racing. There were too many questions, too many unknowns. But one thing was clear, whatever had started that night in the substation was only the beginning. He stood up, his muscles stiff from sitting too long. The dim light of his apartment seemed oppressive now, the quiet of the space a stark contrast to the chaos that had begun to unravel around him. His eyes darted to the window, where the night sky stretched endlessly. Somewhere out there, someone was waiting for him. Someone who knew more about his power, someone who could help him understand it, or control it. He didn't know why he was going to the old power plant. It was the last place anyone would go for help, a relic of the past, sitting abandoned on the outskirts of the city. But there was no other option. The person on the phone had been clear: if he didn't show up, he might not get another chance. The drive to the power plant took longer than expected. The roads were slick from the rain that had been falling intermittently throughout the evening, and the headlights of his car cut through the fog in jagged slices. As he approached the outskirts of town, the city's bright lights began to fade behind him, replaced by the gray, looming shapes of industrial buildings and rusting infrastructure. The old power plant was nestled between a forest of decaying towers and tangled wires, a silent monument to a time long gone. Once the heartbeat of the city's energy, it had been abandoned after a series of accidents, mysterious failures that had taken the plant offline for good. Now, it stood as a reminder of what had once been. And yet, tonight, it felt alive, pulsing with some unknown energy that made the hair on the back of Chen's neck stand up. He parked his car at the edge of the plant's broken-down parking lot, the gravel crunching beneath his tires. The place seemed deserted, but something about the stillness felt wrong, like a trap waiting to spring. As he stepped out of the car, the air hit him with a damp chill. He pulled his jacket tighter around his body and walked toward the entrance of the plant. The rusted gates creaked as he pushed them open, the sound echoing into the night. The tall, silent buildings loomed ahead, windows boarded up, but there was one light glowing faintly from an office on the second floor. Chen's instincts told him to turn back, to find a safer path. But the voice on the phone had said he had no choice. He had to trust them, trust whoever they were. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. The inside of the power plant was dark, the only light coming from a few flickering bulbs along the ceiling. The smell of oil and decay hung thick in the air, and the floor was covered with dust and debris. The quiet was oppressive, broken only by the sound of his footsteps echoing off the walls. He walked deeper into the plant, his heart pounding as he passed long rows of dormant machines. As he rounded a corner, he froze. There, standing in the shadows, was a figure, tall, cloaked in a long coat, and watching him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. "Chen Peng," the figure said, his voice smooth, but with an edge that suggested this wasn't the first time they had met someone like him. "You made it." Chen's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" The figure stepped closer, the dim light casting his features into sharp relief. He was younger than Chen had expected, probably in his early 30s, with sharp eyes and a face that seemed carved out of stone. His movements were measured, deliberate, like someone accustomed to danger. "I'm someone who can teach you," the man said, his tone calm but unwavering. "But only if you're ready to listen." Chen clenched his fists at his sides, feeling a rush of anger surge up. "Teach me what? About what I can do?" He didn't trust this person, not yet, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he had no other choice. "Why should I listen to you?" The man's lips twitched, almost like a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Because you're already in too deep. You've been using your power, haven't you?" Chen's heart skipped. How did he know? "I haven't done anything serious," he said, trying to sound confident, even though doubt gnawed at him. "Just fixing things. Small stuff." The man's eyes darkened. "It's never just small stuff. What you've done isn't just about fixing a broken appliance or turning on a light. You've tapped into something that's much bigger than you. Something that could shift the balance of power in the world." Chen's breath caught in his throat. "What are you talking about?" "The grid," the man said, his voice low. "The grid isn't just a network of wires and power stations. It's the backbone of everything, the flow of information, the way the world works. And there are people out there who want to control it. They're using people like you, people who can manipulate the current, to reshape the future." Chen stepped back, his mind spinning. "Who are these people?" The man shrugged, a gesture that didn't seem to answer the question, but he didn't elaborate. Instead, he gestured for Chen to follow him deeper into the plant. "I'll show you. But first, you need to understand something." He paused, his voice becoming more intense. "You have a choice. You can continue using your power for yourself, play around, fix things here and there, maybe even get a little thrill. Or you can help us. Help us stop the people who are trying to control the flow of everything." Chen hesitated, uncertainty flooding his chest. He could feel the tension in the air, the weight of the decision he was being asked to make. His mind kept flashing to the mysterious phone call, to the voice that had warned him of the consequences of his actions. "I don't want to be a part of some war," he said finally, his voice strained. "I just want to understand this power. What is it, really?" The man met his gaze, his expression unreadable. "This power is more than you think. It's the ability to control the currents, of electricity, of information, of life itself. People like you, with this ability, are valuable. To the right people, you're a weapon. But to us, you're more than that. You're a chance to change things. To fight back against those who would use this power to control everything." Chen's heart raced. The idea of taking on the powerful forces behind the grid, behind the technology, seemed insane. But the more he listened, the more he realized that he couldn't turn back. There was no going back to his quiet life, no going back to the way things were before the accident. He had stepped into a world where the rules had changed. He nodded slowly. "What do I need to do?" The man smiled, a small, grim smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Follow me, and I'll show you." They moved through the old power plant, deeper into the heart of the machinery. The place seemed to pulse with life, the hum of the electrical systems like the breath of a sleeping giant. But there was something else now, something more. Chen could feel the electricity in the air, the currents flowing beneath his skin, responding to his presence. It wasn't just a physical sensation, it was a connection, a deeper understanding of how everything fit together. The man stopped in front of a massive control panel, its lights flickering dimly. "This," he said, "is where the power begins. It's where the grid is controlled, where the flow of information and energy starts. And now, you're part of it." Chen looked at the panel, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that with this power, he could change everything. But the question remained, what would he change it into? Chen stood in front of the massive control panel, his fingers hovering just above the switches and dials. The hum of electricity around him felt heavier now, like the entire plant was alive, watching, waiting. He could feel the pulse of it, the energy coursing through the wires, beckoning him. There was power here, real, raw power, and it was within his reach. The man beside him, the one who had brought him here, stood silent, his eyes trained on the panel as though waiting for Chen to make a decision. Chen's breath was shallow, his pulse quickening as he realized that this was it. This was the moment that everything changed. He had come here seeking answers, seeking control over his own power, but now he was being asked to step into a much larger world, a world of intrigue, danger, and control. "You have to understand," the man said, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "This is where it all begins. Not just electricity, not just information, but control over the very systems that govern this world. The grid, the networks, the flow of data, it's all connected. And if you know how to read it, how to move it, you can control everything." Chen looked down at the controls, feeling an undeniable pull to understand it all. It wasn't just about fixing things anymore. The power was bigger, more dangerous. And yet, it was exhilarating in a way that made his chest tighten with anticipation. The idea of being able to manipulate the grid, the very lifeblood of the world's infrastructure, was intoxicating, but a doubt crept into his mind. "You keep saying, control," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who are we controlling it for?" The man's face hardened, his jaw tightening. "That's the question, isn't it?" he said, his eyes flickering to the control panel, then back to Chen. "We're trying to take it back from the people who already control it. People who want to shape the future in their image, people who want to dictate how information flows, how society functions. They use the grid, the information, to manipulate us all." Chen felt the weight of the word settle over him. The idea of manipulation, the quiet hand of those in power steering the currents of life itself, felt like something out of a dystopian novel. He had never thought about the grid this way, had never considered what lay beneath the surface of the systems he worked with every day. But now that he understood, now that he could feel it, it was impossible to ignore. "They can use people like you, Chen," the man continued, his voice steady, but with a hint of something darker lurking beneath the surface. "People who can manipulate the flow of electricity, people who can control the current. And when they do, they control everything. They control governments, corporations, entire economies. They shape history with the flick of a switch." Chen's stomach churned. He had always thought of electricity as just a tool, something to fix, something to manage. But now it was clear, the grid wasn't just about power. It was about influence, about shaping the very foundations of society. The man's gaze softened, and he placed a hand on Chen's shoulder. "But you don't have to be one of them. You don't have to be used. You can fight back." Chen looked at him, confusion and anger swirling within him. "And who exactly are we fighting? Who are these people you want me to go up against?" "They're not just people, Chen," the man said quietly. "They're systems. They're the ones who have already shaped this world. The governments, the corporations, the ones who have hijacked the grid and turned it into their own personal weapon. They manipulate data, control communications, influence decisions with the push of a button. They've done it for years, and they're good at it." Chen felt the weight of the man's words sink in. The grid, the world's digital backbone, wasn't just a network of power stations and cables. It was a battlefield, and he was standing on the edge of it, uncertain of which side he should take. The power was his, that much was clear, but how far did he want to go with it? "Do you know who they are?" Chen asked, his voice steady now. Despite the storm of thoughts churning in his mind, the man gave a small nod. "I know who they are. But names don't matter yet. What matters is that you learn how to control the currents, the flow of information. Once you understand how it works, how to read the signals, how to alter them, you'll see. You'll see how deep it all goes." Chen's fingers brushed the switches, and he felt the energy surge beneath his fingertips, like a pulse of life. He could feel the grid connecting to him, responding to him. It was a strange sensation, powerful, dangerous, and somehow comforting. He wanted to understand it. Wanted to know what was possible. What do I need to do? Chen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. You need to understand the flow. You need to learn how to read the current, how to alter it, and how to use it to your advantage. But more than that, you need to learn the enemy's tactics. You need to know how they use the grid to control people. Chen swallowed hard. The words enemy and control rattled around in his mind. But he was here now. He had made his choice. The man stepped aside, revealing a large screen that flickered to life with a simple swipe of his hand. On the screen, lines of code began to scroll rapidly, patterns and sequences that seemed like nothing more than digital noise. But as Chen watched, something shifted. The code wasn't random. It was a language, a code embedded within the grid's framework. He could see it now, how the information moved, how the currents flowed, how the grid was pulsing with data. This is how it works, the man said. This is how the flow is controlled. What you see here, he pointed to the screen, is a map of the grid. Every city, every system, every piece of infrastructure is connected by these currents. And if you know how to read it, you can change anything. You can control the way information flows, the way decisions are made. You can alter the very fabric of reality itself. Chen stared at the screen, the code flashing before his eyes, and for the first time, it clicked. He understood. He understood the power he had. The control, you can manipulate it, the man said, his voice low and knowing. You can change the current. Redirect it. Send it wherever you want. But you need to be careful, because once you alter the flow, you can never go back. The currents will change the world, Chen. They will reshape everything. Chen took a deep breath. The world outside the power plant felt far away, disconnected from the weight of what he was learning. His mind raced with the possibilities, with the weight of the decision he was being asked to make. He had the power to change the course of history. But how far was he willing to go? You need to decide, the man said softly. This is bigger than you. Bigger than me. But it's all in your hands now. Chen looked at the screen again, his fingers twitching, feeling the currents, feeling the power running through the grid. It was all so close, so real. He could reach out and change everything. And for the first time, Chen realized that the future was no longer something that happened to him. It was something he could control. Chen's fingers hovered over the screen, the swirling lines of code reflecting in his eyes, blurring with the overwhelming surge of information coursing through him. It was as if he had suddenly tapped into the heartbeat of the world itself. Every flicker on the monitor, every pulse of data, seemed to resonate deep within his chest. The hum of electricity, the flow of information, the sheer interconnectedness, it all felt like a web that was just waiting for him to pluck the right string. That he could feel it now, the potential, the raw, untamed power. All he had to do was reach out and alter the current. Change the flow of data, redirect it, control it. The thought made his head spin with possibilities, but as much as the temptation called to him, a part of him hesitated. There was so much at stake. This wasn't just about fixing a broken appliance or shifting traffic lights anymore. This was bigger. This was about controlling everything. That he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The man next to him, watching him closely, seemed to sense his hesitation. You're thinking about it too much, the man said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. You don't need to understand all of it right now. You don't need to know every detail. Just feel it. Let it flow through you. Once you do, it'll be like second nature. Chen nodded slowly, trying to focus. He reached forward, his fingers making contact with the screen. The moment they did, something inside him clicked. It was as if the grid recognized him, welcomed him. The hum in the air grew louder, a vibration that seemed to match the beating of his heart. The currents moved beneath his skin, responding to his will. He could feel it, the way the system pulsed with life, the way the code bent to his thoughts. The data, once chaotic and disjointed, now appeared in clear patterns. He could see the way it all connected, the way the flow of electricity mirrored the flow of information. It wasn't just about manipulating power, it was about rewriting the very structure of the world. Good, the man said, his voice filled with approval. You're starting to get it. Chen's mind raced as he scanned the data on the screen. He was no longer just a passive observer, he was part of the system now, an active participant in the flow of energy. He could feel it, the current, wrapping around him like an invisible force. It was intoxicating. What happens next? Chen asked, his voice hoarse as he tried to grasp the enormity of what was unfolding before him. The man looked at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Now, we start small. Just a few changes, a few tweaks. The grid, the flow, it can be a delicate thing. If you pull too hard, too fast, it could break. But with practice, you'll learn how to control it. Chen's fingers twitched over the controls again. He was ready. He could feel the power building inside him, just waiting to be released. The screen in front of him flickered, lines of code rearranging themselves as he focused. He could sense the flow of energy, the currents moving like rivers, branching out into every part of the city. He could redirect them, change their course. The moment he made contact, the lights in the room flickered, and the hum of the machinery shifted. Chen's heart skipped a beat. It worked. He had done it. He had altered the flow, manipulated the current. The power was in his hands, and it felt more real than anything he had ever experienced. He pulled his hand back, staring at the screen, his pulse racing. That's it? It's that simple? The man's lips curled into a faint smile. It's simple when you know how to read it. But this is just the beginning. What you're doing now, it's like a child learning to walk. There's so much more you can do with this power. But the key is control. You have to understand the consequences of every move you make. Chen nodded, trying to process everything. Control. Consequences. He had already felt the thrill of it, the rush of bending the current to his will. But now, as he took in the man's words, he realized how much more there was to consider. This wasn't just about playing with power. This was about making choices that could change the world. What happens when I can control it all? Chen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What happens when I have the power to change everything? The man's gaze grew colder, more intense. You have to ask yourself if that's what you really want. To change everything? Because once you start, you don't get to go back. You'll be changing the course of history, whether you like it or not. And once you have control, you'll have enemies. People who will stop at nothing to take it from you. Chen swallowed hard, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This was bigger than he had ever imagined. The power to control the grid, to rewrite the flow of data, it was a weapon, a tool that could change everything. But at what cost? The man turned, walking toward the far side of the room. There's a reason we're here, Chen, he said over his shoulder. A reason we're doing this. The people who control the grid, the ones who have hijacked it, they're using it for their own gain. They're manipulating the world. The way we live, the way we think, the way we act, they control all of it through information, through the currents. And now, we can do something about it. Chen looked at the screen again, watching the lines of code flicker and shift. He could feel the pulse of it, the raw power that surged through the grid. It was all so close. He could almost reach out and change it, reshape the world in his image. But the question remained, should he? You don't have to make a decision now, the man said, as though reading his thoughts. But the time will come. The time when you'll have to choose. And when that time comes, you'll need to ask yourself what kind of world you want to live in. The one where they control everything? Or the one where you do? Chen didn't respond. Instead, he reached out again, his fingers brushing the screen. This time, it was different. The power surged through him, more intense than before, as though the current was responding to his thoughts, to his will. He could feel it, the connections, the way the flow of information shifted and adapted. He could change anything. But the thought of the consequences lingered in the back of his mind. He pulled his hand back again, uncertain. The weight of the decision was pressing on him. The man had given him a glimpse into the power that lay at his fingertips, but it wasn't just about control. It was about responsibility. The responsibility to wield that power wisely. Because once the currents were changed, they could never be the same again. You'll understand soon enough, the man said, his voice softening. When you see the truth, when you realize what's really at stake, you'll know what to do. Chen looked up, his gaze meeting the man's. He could feel the weight of the decision settling in his chest. This wasn't just about power. It was about the future. His future. The future of the world, and it was up to him to decide which path to take. The man's words hung in the air, a weighty silence settling between them. Chen's mind raced, torn between the exhilarating possibilities of power and the gnawing fear of what it might cost him. He could feel it, the current, the control, just within his grasp. The choice was his, and for the first time, the direction of the future seemed to rest entirely on his shoulders. But there was something about the weight of that decision that made him hesitate, something in the pit of his stomach that warned him not to rush forward blindly. What kind of person would he become if he followed this path? Was he truly ready for the consequences of altering the flow of the world? Could he handle the responsibility of the control he now possessed? The man watched him closely, sensing the tension in the air. He seemed to understand the conflict within Chen, but didn't rush to fill the silence. His patience was unnerving, as though he knew it was only a matter of time before Chen would make his decision. Chen exhaled slowly, trying to calm his thoughts. "What happens if I change everything?" he asked, his voice steady but betraying a trace of uncertainty. "What happens when I'm the one in control?" The man's gaze darkened, his expression hardening. "You've already seen what can be done with a small shift in the flow. Imagine what would happen if you controlled it all. The power to redirect information, to create or destroy, reshape economies, governments, entire societies. You'd hold the world in the palm of your hand. Is that really what you want me to do?" Chen asked, his heart thudding in his chest. "Control everything?" The man didn't respond immediately. He simply turned, walking to a nearby terminal and pulling up another stream of data on the screen. The light flickered above them as Chen watched the numbers scroll across the screen like a living organism, always moving, always shifting. The man pointed to a series of lines and clusters of information, barely visible to someone without his knowledge. "This is the network," he said, his finger tracing the connections. "This is the heartbeat of the world. Every piece of data, every communication, every transaction, every movement is connected through these currents. You've tapped into it, Chen. You can feel it now. You've already changed things, just by interacting with it." Chen stared at the data, his mind working overtime as he began to understand just how vast the web was. The flow of information wasn't just limited to what he could see in front of him. It was everywhere, beneath the surface, in the cables and satellites, in the digital air itself. And it was all interconnected, all dependent on the grid. But there was a dark side to it too. A side that manipulated, controlled, twisted everything in its path. "Is this why you brought me here?" Chen asked, his voice quieter now, filled with a mixture of awe and dread. "To give me power over all of this?" The man met his gaze. "Not just power. Knowledge. We're not here to create another tool of oppression. What we're building is something else entirely, a resistance, a way to stop the people who've hijacked the currents and used them to control us." Chen's mind swirled with the complexity of it all. On one hand, the idea of using his power to free the world from the invisible hands that controlled it was compelling. On the other hand, he knew that even with the best of intentions, such power could easily corrupt. The lines between good and evil weren't always clear, and no one could hold this much control without consequences. What if I fail? He asked, almost to himself, as he watched the glowing data on the screen. What if I lose control? The man didn't flinch, his expression calm. That's why we need to be careful. You're not alone in this, Chen. We've built a network of people who understand what's at stake. But we need you. Your ability to feel the current, to read it, to manipulate it, it's unique. There's no one else like you. Chen's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of his role settled around him. He had a choice. He could walk away, leave this dangerous world of power and control behind and return to his old life, to the comforting hum of his quiet existence. Or he could stay, step into the shadows of this hidden war, and fight for a future where he controlled the flow of the world. I'm not sure I can do this, Chen said, his voice breaking through the quiet of the room. The man turned toward him, his eyes dark but filled with understanding. You can. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to know everything right now. But you do have to decide. Are you going to fight for control of the current, or are you going to let others use it to control you? The silence stretched out between them. Chen looked at the screen again, the endless stream of data that represented the lifeblood of the world. The power to change it was at his fingertips, and with it, the power to change the world. But as his fingers hovered over the screen, Chen couldn't shake the thought that if he truly controlled the flow, he would never be free of it. He would be a part of the current, bound to its unyielding pull. There was no turning back. I don't know what to do, he said quietly, the uncertainty in his voice clear. The man stepped forward, his presence filling the room. You don't need to know everything right now. What matters is that you understand one thing: this power, this ability, it's not about control. It's about freedom. The current is a force that flows through everything. It doesn't belong to anyone. But the people who control it? They've built their empire on manipulating that flow. They've used it to control what we think, what we believe, even what we fear. And they're not going to stop unless someone fights back. Chen looked at the man, the weight of his words sinking in. And you want me to fight for freedom? The man nodded. Yes. But first, you need to understand what's really at stake. The grid is just a reflection of the world. What you do to the current, how you manipulate the data, the power, it will have consequences. You have to be willing to face them. Because once you begin this fight, you can't back down. Chen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. He felt a strange sense of clarity, like he had stumbled into a larger truth that had been waiting for him. He had power, real power. And he could use it, not just to change his life, but to change the world. For the first time, he understood that it wasn't just about him. The future of everything, of society, of the world itself, was in the balance. And he had a role to play in it. I'll do it, he said finally, his voice low but resolute. I'll fight. The man's eyes softened, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Good. Because the world needs you. And I think you're ready. Chen took one last look at the screen, the currents of power moving in intricate patterns, and knew that his life had changed forever. There was no going back now. The fight for control had only just begun. Zhang Yun wasn't much of a man to attract attention. In fact, he was the kind of person you could pass on the street and forget about the moment you turned the corner. Mid-30s, average height, with a steady receding hairline, he blended seamlessly into the crowd, his unremarkable face framed by thick glasses that never quite seemed to fit his nose. He worked at an energy company in the heart of a sprawling, neon-lit city that pulsed with the restless energy of progress. But Zhang was not part of that pulse. He was just a cog in the machine. His life was quiet, orderly, and, for the most part, boring. The humdrum of his everyday existence wasn't lost on him. If anything, he had come to accept it. The mornings blurred into one another, each day marked by the same mechanical routine: wake up, check emails, get coffee, fix minor issues with the electrical grids, and then back home to an empty apartment with only the flicker of his television for company. But that all changed on the day everything went wrong. That it wasn't a particularly unusual day in Zhang's life. In fact, the morning was just like any other. He shuffled into his office at the sprawling energy firm, a place that ran on bureaucracy and made little room for innovation. The office was cold, fluorescent lights casting a clinical glow over everything. His cubicle was cramped, filled with outdated monitors and half-empty coffee cups. He took a seat at his desk, cracked his knuckles, and set to work on the same old problem: a malfunctioning transformer out in the suburbs. Just another minor issue in a long list of technical fixes that kept the lights on in the city. But that morning, something unexpected happened. As Zhang was inspecting the malfunctioning equipment, the transformer sparked, harder than usual, a blinding flash of light cutting across the room. Without warning, the surge of energy shot toward Zhang, hitting him square in the chest. He never saw it coming. The world around him disappeared. The office, the transformer, the hum of the city, it all faded into a sharp, searing white light that enveloped him. His body tensed, his muscles locked up, and for a moment, he thought he was going to die. But instead, something strange occurred. It wasn't the pain of an electric shock, it was something more profound, more intimate. His body felt like it was being stretched, pulled apart and reassembled at the atomic level. The feeling was both terrifying and exhilarating. When the light finally dissipated, Zhang slumped to the floor, gasping for breath, disoriented but miraculously unharmed. The world around him had returned to normal, but something was different. Something inside him had shifted. He stood up slowly, wincing at the slight tingle that still buzzed in his fingertips. His first thought was that it was just a weird side effect of the shock, something that would wear off in time. But as the minutes passed, Zhang began to notice something that chilled him to the core. The lights overhead flickered, just for a split second, like a tiny glitch in the system. Zhang reached for the nearest lamp on his desk, not really thinking, and before he even touched it, the lamp blinked on. And then it flickered off. He pulled his hand back quickly. Could it be? Did he just do that? He tested it again. The desk fan. A simple turn of his wrist, and the fan started whirring to life. Not because he physically touched it, but because he willed it to move. His mind, somehow, had managed to manipulate the flow of electrical current through the fan's motor. A small, absurd thing to be sure, but a thrill ran through him. The feeling of control was intoxicating. Over the next few hours, Zhang's experimentation escalated from small electronic devices to more complex systems. He stood at his desk, focusing his attention on the flickering lights, making them brighten or dim with just the force of his thoughts. He tried the office computer. Yes, it responded to his thoughts as well, turning on and loading files with a simple mental command. The sensation was like an electric current running through his veins, and the more he focused, the more he felt connected to the power surging beneath him, all around him. But it wasn't just electronics that responded to his will. As he left work that day, testing his abilities under the streetlights, he noticed something startling. The people on the sidewalk, normal people, walking, talking, oblivious to him, seemed to move differently. He wasn't touching them. He wasn't speaking to them. Yet, when he concentrated, he could sense the faintest electrical pulse in their bodies, the electrical signals that governed their nervous systems. It was subtle at first. He focused on a man walking ahead of him, an elderly man with a cane, struggling to cross the street. Zhang thought, move to the other side. He didn't say the words aloud, just thought them, and the man's feet shifted in that direction. He stumbled slightly, then caught himself. Zhang's heart pounded. What was happening? He experimented further. In the crowded subway, he stood at the edge of the platform, and with just a glance, he nudged someone's decision-making. A woman approaching the platform hesitated. She took a step back, just as a train rushed by. She would have missed it if not for that small moment of indecision. It was as though Zhang could influence the way people thought, just by interacting with the electrical signals in their brains. He wasn't controlling them. Not exactly. But he could nudge them. He could make them hesitate, make them change their course, even just by manipulating the subtle electrical impulses in their bodies. It was a tiny shift, but it was real. He could change how people acted, how they moved, what they thought, even what they decided to do. By the time Zhang got home that night, his mind was racing. He was still reeling from the shock of it all. The possibilities felt endless, yet terrifying. He had the power to change not just the world around him, but the lives of people in it. All with a thought. All with a flicker of current. But what did that mean? Was this a gift, or was it a curse? As Zhang stood in his apartment, staring at the array of devices around him, his phone, his laptop, his television, he felt the weight of the decision ahead. He had no idea what to do with this power. He had no idea what kind of man he was becoming. What if, Zhang thought, he could use this power for good? What if he could make the world a better place by nudging people in the right direction? He could fix things. He could save people from making the wrong choices. He could change the course of history. But then again, what if this power, this current, was too dangerous? What if he was already on the edge of something he couldn't control? Zhang woke up the next morning feeling different. It wasn't the kind of difference you might feel after a good night's sleep or the kind that comes after a cup of coffee. It was deeper, more fundamental, as though his very perception of the world had shifted in the quietest of ways. The moment he opened his eyes, he could feel the electricity running through the room, the buzz of the refrigerator, the hum of the lights above, even the faint pulse of his own body, a soft undercurrent, like a constant ripple of static in the air. He stood up, his feet bare against the cold hardwood floor, and stretched. There was no need to check the clock. He knew it was almost time to get ready for work. But today, he didn't feel like going in. The pull of the outside world seemed less real than it had before. Instead, Zhang found himself thinking about what he could do with his new abilities. What if he could use his control over electricity to do more than simply influence a few random decisions? What if he could change things on a grander scale? He had the power to manipulate the very currents of life itself. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. With a single thought, he could alter the flow of energy in an object, a machine, or even a human body. What else could he do? What were the limits of this power? Could he change the course of someone's destiny with a subtle nudge, or even control the way people saw the world? He didn't have answers. But Zhang Yun knew one thing: he needed to find out. The first few days after the accident were spent in a haze of trial and error. He tested the boundaries of his newfound abilities with the kind of reckless curiosity that comes with any unexpected power. Small things at first. Lights flickering on command, the radio switching stations at his will. He could make his laptop open a browser window without touching a single key, simply by focusing on it. But as the days passed, the experiments became bolder. He stood outside, watching a passing car, willing the headlights to flash. And they did. He concentrated on a nearby streetlight and made it change colors, mimicking the rhythm of his heartbeat. It was the feeling of control that drew him in, the sense that everything was interconnected, everything could be manipulated. It was like having the world's greatest remote control, but far more intimate, far more personal. Zhang didn't need to press any buttons or pull levers. He didn't need to be close to the object or the person. All he needed was his focus, his mind, and the electricity that hummed beneath everything. It wasn't long before the first truly significant event occurred. Zhang was walking home from a cafe when he saw a group of people standing at an intersection, waiting for the light to change. A woman with a stroller stood a few feet ahead of him, her baby crying softly, while a man stood nearby, his attention on his phone. Without thinking, Zhang focused on the light ahead. It changed from red to green with a single, decisive thought. The people moved, unaware of what had just happened. The woman crossed the street, pushing the stroller, and the man continued to scroll through his phone. But there was a subtle difference this time. The man glanced up as he walked, his eyes catching the woman and her baby. He slowed his pace, then quickened it, catching up to her just as she reached the other side. He paused, looked down at the baby, and smiled. The woman smiled back, and they exchanged a few words. Zhang was stunned. It wasn't just the green light that had changed. It was the moment. The way their lives had intersected, the way their paths had crossed because of a single, unnoticed shift. Without even realizing it, Zhang had subtly altered the course of a conversation, the course of two strangers' lives. He had made them meet, made them acknowledge each other. There was no telling what would have happened had he not intervened. Maybe they wouldn't have spoken. Maybe they would have walked on by, their lives never intertwining again. But it wasn't just a small thing. It was a significant moment, a connection. Zhang had made it happen with a thought. He had nudged reality. For the first time, Zhang allowed himself to truly entertain the idea of using his power for something more than idle curiosity. There was so much wrong with the world. So much that needed fixing. Corruption, inequality, greed, people in power making decisions that affected thousands, sometimes millions, of lives. He didn't have the answers, but what if he could make a difference? What if he could use his control over electricity, over the very flow of people's thoughts and actions, to steer the world in a better direction? It wasn't as if he'd never thought about the larger picture. The inequality in society, the greed that ran through the veins of corporations, the manipulation by those in power, it all weighed on him. He had seen it in the small ways, the ways people got pushed around in their daily lives. It wasn't just the rich who made decisions, it was everyone. It was the politicians, the businesses, the people in the streets. Everyone had their part to play in this great machine, this chaotic dance of existence. And yet, how many times had he stood by, watching, knowing he could do something but never taking action? Now, he had the ability to make a real change. Zhang began with small experiments. Simple, almost imperceptible nudges. He would stand in line at the grocery store, and with just the lightest thought, he would make someone in front of him choose a different item than they'd planned. A different brand of cereal. A change in how much they bought. The ripple effect of these seemingly trivial decisions was impossible to measure, but Zhang began to see patterns, small differences that would add up over time. Next, he turned his attention to larger experiments. He'd always disliked the way politics seemed to cater to the wealthy and powerful, the way people's voices were drowned out by money and influence. What if he could nudge the decisions of those in power? What if he could change the course of an election, or sway a lawmaker's stance on a crucial issue? What if, just by manipulating the electrical impulses in a few key minds, he could force real, meaningful change? So, Zhang set his sights on the upcoming mayoral election. It wasn't just about the candidates, it was about the people who voted for them, the voices of the masses who could be swayed, nudged into choosing the right path. He didn't need to control every single vote. He didn't even need to control the entire election. But what if, with a few carefully placed nudges, he could guide the outcome? What if he could tip the balance in favor of the candidate who stood for the things he believed in, someone who had the power to make real changes? He couldn't help but feel the thrill of possibility. It was almost too easy. All he had to do was focus on the key voters, the undecided, the ones who could go either way. With the smallest flicker of electrical influence, he could alter the way they thought, the way they felt about the candidates, until they made the choice he wanted. And just like that, the course of the election could change. But as Zhang started to delve deeper into these thoughts, a feeling of unease crept in. He had seen how a single small nudge could change someone's life in an instant. What if he was doing the same thing with these people? What if, by manipulating their decisions, he was robbing them of their agency? What if this power, this control, wasn't something that could be wielded without consequences? It was easy to imagine a world where things were just a little better, a little more just. But what about the world he was changing? What about the people whose lives he was affecting, even if they didn't know it? Could he really play God? Could he really reshape society by pulling strings from the shadows? That night, as Zhang lay in bed, his mind raced with the possibilities and the dangers. What had he become? What had he started? There was no going back, not now. He was already too deep. He knew he couldn't undo what he had done, but was he ready for what might come next? For the first time in his life, Zhang Yun had power beyond anything he had ever dreamed of. But with that power came the weight of responsibility. And in the back of his mind, the thought lingered, was he truly the one who should wield it? Zhang woke the next morning with a sense of dread curling in his stomach. He had not slept well. His mind had been spinning all night, caught in a labyrinth of possibilities and consequences, all stemming from the same unnerving question: what if I'm making a terrible mistake? He sat up in bed, the pale light of dawn creeping in through the blinds. The apartment felt smaller, quieter today, as though the weight of his thoughts had somehow seeped into the walls. He rubbed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling that had settled over him like a thick fog, but his thoughts returned to the same question: what now? For a brief moment, he considered stopping. He could undo it all, just let the power fade away, let the world go back to the way it was. But Zhang knew that would be impossible now. The current was too strong within him, the pull too overwhelming. He could feel it in his fingertips, this urge to push, to nudge, to change things. As he got dressed and prepared for the day, Zhang couldn't shake the feeling that he had crossed a line. But it was too late for second thoughts. The train had left the station, and there was no going back. He had made his choice, and now he had to live with it. The plan was simple, or so he told himself. He would focus on the mayoral election. He would guide it toward a better future, one that could address the issues of inequality, corruption, and greed. It wasn't about control, not really. It was about guidance. If he could shift just a few votes, a few key decisions, maybe he could help steer the city, the world, in the right direction. But every step he took toward this goal only seemed to open up more questions. As he walked down the street to work that morning, he noticed the usual bustle of the city, people hurrying to work, cars honking in traffic, street vendors peddling their goods. Everything looked the same, but underneath, there was something different. Zhang felt it, the currents flowing beneath everything. He could feel the energy of the people, the way their decisions, their actions, were all part of this great, chaotic, interconnected web. And here he was, with the power to tug on a thread and make everything shift. He paused for a moment, watching a man walk past him. Zhang didn't even think, it just happened. The man stopped, glancing around, as though confused. Zhang nudged him, just slightly, pushing his thoughts into a different direction. The man took a few hesitant steps toward a nearby bench and sat down. It was subtle, barely noticeable to anyone else, but Zhang felt the change ripple out from that small action. If he could do this on a larger scale, he could change everything. As Zhang arrived at the office, the familiar hum of fluorescent lights greeted him, but today, they felt different. The office, the building, everything around him seemed to hum with potential, the kind of quiet energy that comes when something is on the brink of happening. His heart pounded in his chest, and for the first time, Zhang felt like he was on the edge of something much bigger than himself, but the excitement was tempered by doubt. As he sat at his desk and opened his emails, he couldn't escape the nagging feeling that he was losing something along the way. The power had become too easy to control, too natural. And that was the problem. He had no idea what kind of monster he might be becoming. Every action, every thought, every nudge, it all had consequences. He had already seen the way small decisions could snowball into something larger than he intended. What would happen if he pushed too far? What would happen if he lost control? The rest of the day passed in a blur, the usual routine of minor electrical issues and meetings, but Zhang's mind was elsewhere. He spent most of his time trying to ignore the temptation to act on his abilities, to nudge someone's decision, to manipulate the outcomes of things that were outside his control. But the pull was growing stronger. By the end of the day, Zhang couldn't resist it any longer. He needed to test his power again. He needed to know just how far he could push it. He left the office and headed to a nearby park. There, he sat on a bench, trying to focus, trying to clear his mind. People passed by, walking their dogs, talking on the phone, laughing with friends. They didn't know that Zhang could see the currents running through them, that he could feel the electrical impulses of their brains firing off in their own unique patterns. And with a thought, he could alter those patterns. He could make them pause, make them change course, make them choose something different. Zhang set his sights on a couple sitting on a nearby bench. The woman was talking animatedly, while the man stared off into the distance, clearly distracted. Zhang focused on him. He nudged his attention, just a little, making the man refocus on the conversation. The man blinked, his eyes snapping back to the woman, and the two began to laugh. Zhang smiled to himself. It worked. It was subtle, yes, but it worked. But as he sat there, watching the couple interact, he felt a sudden sense of unease. It was as though something inside him was telling him to stop, to pull back before he went too far. The power was so easy to control, so seductive. Every moment, every decision could be shaped. And yet, the more he controlled, the more Zhang began to sense that he wasn't just controlling the world around him. He was controlling the people in it. He was reshaping their lives, their decisions, their futures. What if he was wrong? What if he was doing more harm than good? What if, by manipulating people, he was stripping them of their agency, of their free will? What right did he have to make those decisions for them? Was he really the one who should decide who got to meet, who got to speak, who got to make their own choices? Zhang stood up suddenly, the weight of those questions pressing down on him. He walked away from the park, the world around him blurring as he tried to shake off the doubts creeping into his mind. That night, as he lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, Zhang couldn't escape the realization that he was at a crossroads. He had power now. The kind of power that could change the world, or destroy it. He could continue down this path, nudging people's decisions, steering society in the direction he thought was best. Or he could stop. He could let the currents flow on their own, let people make their own choices, even if those choices led to disaster. The question wasn't whether he could fix the world. The question was whether he had the right to. Zhang knew he had to make a choice. And no matter what he decided, there would be no turning back. The next morning, he stood at the edge of the subway platform, watching the train pull into the station. For a brief moment, he felt the familiar pulse of energy beneath his skin, the electric hum that had become a constant presence in his life. He could feel the people around him, the way their bodies moved, the way their thoughts flickered in the space between them. He could make them do anything. He could make them change their lives with a single thought. But for the first time, Zhang wasn't sure he should. As the train doors opened and the crowd surged forward, Zhang Yun stood still, a single thought racing through his mind. What if the world was better off without me controlling it? And with that thought, he let the current slip through his fingers. Li Jing had never imagined that an ordinary day could unravel into an event that would change the world. It started like any other. The hum of machinery, the tick of the clock on the wall in the control room, and the occasional click of a faulty switch that would send a spark up the wall. Li Jing, electrical engineer at the state-run Power Solutions company, had seen it all before: broken cables, power shortages, angry customers. But nothing had prepared him for the moment when his life would surge into chaos. His fingers, covered in the smudges of graphite and soot, were inches from the power panel when it happened. A tiny arc of electricity, a tiny burst of light, flashed from the panel. Then the world exploded. The explosion was not like the movies. It didn't have that instant impact that sent you flying backward. No, the explosion at the power plant in the middle of nowhere was slow and deliberate, building in pressure, as if the earth itself had decided to punch the sky. Li Jing felt the shockwave first, something like an invisible fist slamming into his chest, knocking him flat onto the cold concrete floor. Then came the light, bright, electric blue, and the hum, an eerie, bone-chilling buzz in the air, like the sound of 1,000 electrical circuits all trying to speak at once. For a few moments, he thought he was dead. He thought he had been vaporized in the blast, a mere speck of dust in the wind. But when the smoke cleared, he was lying in the rubble, covered in soot, with his heart racing like a jackhammer. His hands tingled, the sensation unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was like being touched by a storm, his skin vibrating with energy he could neither understand nor control. He sat up, stunned, and looked around. The facility was a ruin, smoke pouring from the shattered walls, and the flickering lights of his panel casting eerie shadows on the jagged debris. But Li Jing could still feel it, the hum. The power was still there, coursing through the cables like veins beneath the surface of his skin. What happened next defied explanation. As if by instinct, his hand shot out toward a nearby switch, and with it, the power came back to life. The lights flickered on. The machinery hummed. The panels blinked in their usual rhythm. The entire facility seemed to breathe again. But it wasn't just the power he had restored. It was as if he had merged with it, his body in sync with the grid. Li Jing could feel every power plant in the area, every electric line stretching across miles of land, each one alive under his fingertips. He could sense their pulses, their needs, their struggles. It was as though the entire electric grid was now an extension of his own nervous system. He pulled his hand back, afraid to touch anything else. What had happened to him? He looked at his palm, expecting to see burns or scars, but there was nothing, just a strange, unsettling energy that seemed to hum from within. By the time the emergency response teams arrived hours later, Li Jing had already made his way out of the facility, still trying to make sense of the chaos in his mind. He had no idea what had happened to him. He wasn't sure if he had just survived a freak accident or if the accident had somehow altered his very being. He tried to tell the doctors what had happened, but they didn't believe him. They called it shock, trauma from the explosion, temporary hallucinations. They didn't know what he had felt, what he had become. When they checked the power lines, they found no damage. Everything had come back online so smoothly, so quickly, as if the explosion had never occurred. But Li Jing knew better. He had felt it, that pulse of raw power. And it was still there, like an electric current running just beneath his skin. Life resumed its dull pace. Li Jing returned to his work, trying to push the bizarre events to the back of his mind. But no matter how much he tried, the truth about his newfound abilities gnawed at him. Whenever he felt overwhelmed, he'd stand in front of a circuit panel, staring at the flickering lights, and the power would whisper to him. He could feel it, like an extension of his own body. It was intoxicating. He began experimenting in secret, carefully testing the limits of his powers. First, it was simple things, adjusting the brightness of a light with a thought, turning on a fan with a gesture, or making his computer reboot by willing it to. But with time, he grew bolder. One day, while walking down a crowded street, he raised his hand, and in an instant, the entire block lost power. The streetlights went dark, the televisions inside stores turned off, and the buzz of everyday life was drowned in an eerie silence. He felt a thrill, a sense of control that he had never known before, but it was short-lived. A few seconds later, the power surged back to life. People on the street looked around, confused, but Li Jing quickly moved away, his heart pounding in his chest. What was he doing? He couldn't control it like that, not yet. The electricity was unpredictable, and he was still learning how to harness it. It was just a few days later that everything changed. Li Jing was sitting at his desk when his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unlisted number, but something about the call felt important. He answered it, his mind still preoccupied with his experiments. Li Jing? The voice on the other end was authoritative, clipped. "We've been watching you. We know what you can do." Li Jing froze. "Who is this?" "You don't need to know who we are. What matters is what you can do. We need you." The man on the phone spoke in a way that left no room for argument. He didn't give Li Jing a chance to decline, and within hours, Li Jing found himself in a government facility, sitting across from a man in a sharp suit, his face hidden behind a pair of dark glasses. "Li Jing," the man said, his voice smooth but firm, "we need you to help us with a global problem." Li Jing was too stunned to respond. The man continued, outlining the worldwide energy crisis that had been escalating for years. The oil reserves were drying up, fossil fuels were becoming unsustainable, and the world was on the brink of a massive collapse. Energy shortages were causing riots, disrupting economies, and threatening political stability. "We believe you can fix this," the man said. "We need you to stabilize the global grid, to ensure that energy flows where it's needed most." Li Jing felt a knot form in his stomach. He didn't want to get involved in any global crisis, but the man's words had a certain pull. The thought of being able to help, to finally use his powers for something meaningful, was tempting. But there was something else, something unsettling about the way the man spoke, like Li Jing was merely a tool, an instrument in a much larger game. "We'll give you everything you need," the man said. "Technology, resources, security. You'll be the hero who saves the world." Li Jing hesitated. He was no hero. But the thought of using his power to restore order, to solve the energy crisis once and for all, was almost too appealing to resist, and so, with a mixture of fear and curiosity, Li Jing agreed. The government gave Li Jing everything he needed: the best technology, a personal team of experts, and round-the-clock security. The first few weeks felt like a blur. He was shuffled from one lab to another, testing his abilities on different energy grids, adjusting systems that spanned entire countries. Each time, his powers seemed to grow, evolving in ways he didn't fully understand. At first, the task had seemed manageable. But as his control over the electric grid became more advanced, the weight of the responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see the world's energy flows, a complex web of power lines and electric currents, each line representing a need, a demand, a thirst for energy. And he was the one who could quench that thirst. He could manipulate the supply to match the demand, to balance the system, to make sure that every home, every factory, every city, received what it needed to survive. He was a god of energy, wielding the world's power with a mere thought. But there was a dark side to it. The longer Li Jing worked with the government, the more he realized that their true goal wasn't just to stabilize the power grid, it was to control it, to control the people who depended on it. And that control was something more insidious than he had imagined. Yue Wei, the government official assigned to oversee him, was the first to hint at the depths of their plans. At first, Yue Wei had seemed like a pragmatic, no-nonsense bureaucrat, a person who understood the weight of the global energy crisis and sought pragmatic solutions. But as time wore on, Li Jing began to notice the shadows in his eyes, the way he would smile just a bit too widely when discussing the potential power that could be gained through the manipulation of energy. Yue Wei had no intention of merely saving the world. He was in this for control, for power that extended far beyond the circuits Li Jing could manage. One evening, after a long day of manipulating grids in various countries, Li Jing found himself in a conference room with Yue Wei. They were reviewing the results of a recent energy distribution test. The numbers on the screen glowed brightly, but Li Jing couldn't focus on them. His mind was elsewhere, grappling with a gnawing realization. "Li Jing," Yue Wei said, his voice calm but edged with something darker, "you've done incredible work. This world is in your hands now, and you're saving it one grid at a time. But do you understand the real power you hold?" Li Jing glanced at Yue Wei, trying to read the man's expression. The flicker of something cold in his eyes made his skin crawl. "Power? I'm just adjusting the grids," he said cautiously. "I'm trying to help stabilize things." Yue Wei leaned back in his chair, folding his hands together, his eyes never leaving Li Jing. "It's not just about stabilization, Li Jing. It's about direction. Control. With your ability, we can decide who gets energy, when, and at what price. It's the ultimate lever. And once we control the energy, we control everything. Li Jing's stomach turned. He had suspected something like this, but hearing it out loud made it feel real, visceral. And what happens to the people who can't pay the price? What about those who are left in the dark? Yu Wei's lips curved into a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. That's the beauty of it, Li Jing. We decide who gets to thrive and who gets to suffer. The world will become a better place once we take control. Trust me, you're helping us create a new order. The words hung in the air like a cold wind. Li Jing felt the weight of them pressing down on him. He had always thought that power was about making the world better, but now he was faced with the brutal truth: he was being used. His abilities, the very thing that had given him purpose, were being bent to an agenda that was anything but righteous. Days passed, and Li Jing found it harder to look at the work he was doing with the same sense of pride he once had. The government's promises of stability began to feel hollow. He could see the cracks in the system, the way they manipulated the energy flow to cause artificial shortages in certain regions, using fear and scarcity to keep people under their control. And with each adjustment he made, each shift in the flow of power, he became more and more complicit. Then, one night, as Li Jing was sitting alone in his office, trying to clear his mind, a different voice came to him. It was a woman's voice, low and urgent, as if she were speaking directly into his ear. You have to stop them, Li Jing. The voice was soft but firm, almost like a whisper that cut through the chaos of his thoughts. Li Jing froze, looking around the room. There was no one there. But the voice continued. They're using you. You're not saving the world, you're helping them destroy it. They'll take everything, and when they're done, you'll be nothing more than a tool, a puppet. Li Jing's heart raced. Who was speaking to him? Was it just his mind, playing tricks on him? He stood up, his chair scraping against the floor, and walked to the window. The city lights below shimmered in the distance, like a sea of electricity stretching as far as the eye could see. It was beautiful in its own way, but it also felt wrong. The people, the businesses, the industries, he could control them all with a thought, manipulate their power, and make them dance to his will. But at what cost? The voice came again, sharper this time. You have to break free. You have to stop them before it's too late. It was then that Li Jing realized something he had feared all along: he was no longer in control. The power had consumed him, and now it was controlling him. He was a puppet on strings, and those strings were being pulled by people who didn't care about the world, who didn't care about the people they were hurting. That he stood there, staring at the city, feeling the weight of his decision settling over him. He couldn't go on like this, not anymore. He had to take control of his own destiny, to free himself from the shackles of those who would use him. The next morning, Li Jing was gone. It didn't take long for the government to realize he was missing. They had been watching him, tracking his every move, but he had already covered his tracks. By the time Yu Wei and his team pieced together what had happened, Li Jing was already several steps ahead. He had begun the most dangerous mission of his life, to unravel the very system he had helped create, to break free from the control of those who had manipulated him. But the world had changed. The energy crisis that had once been a distant problem was now at the forefront of global conflict. Nations were fighting for control over resources, and multinational corporations like Voltacorp were more than willing to use any means necessary to get ahead. Li Jing knew that his actions would spark a battle, one that could change the course of history. He couldn't stop now. He had to make a choice. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger, but one thing was clear: the world needed to be free from the stranglehold of those who held the power. Li Jing's journey was just beginning. Li Jing was a fugitive now, but not in the traditional sense. He wasn't running from the law, at least not in the way most people would expect. He was running from himself, the man he had become, the power that had consumed him, the world that wanted to use him for their own gain. Every step he took, every move he made, was a step into the unknown. But there was no turning back. The first thing he did was sever all communication with the government, the corporations, and even his former colleagues. The world had grown small around him, suffocating. They wanted to control him, to bend his powers to their whims, and he wasn't about to let that happen. The city was crawling with surveillance, drones that hovered like mechanical vultures, tracking every person who moved in the streets. But Li Jing had learned how to stay out of sight. He could feel the electric pulse of the city, the web of energy that ran beneath the surface, and he used it to his advantage. At night, when the city's energy flow quieted, he would slip through the cracks, a shadow in a world of light. He knew that the government would be searching for him, that Yue would stop at nothing to bring him back. But he didn't care. He wasn't going back. The power, the control, the grip the government had over him, it was all a lie, a trap. And Li Jing wasn't going to be anyone's puppet anymore. Days turned into weeks, and Li Jing found himself in a small town, far from the center of the world's energy wars. There, in the quiet, he tried to make sense of everything. He hadn't known where to go or what to do. His mind kept racing, haunted by the choices he had made. He could still feel the pull of the power, deep inside him, an unrelenting force that whispered promises of control, of salvation. But he had learned that the path to salvation wasn't always clear, and sometimes it meant walking away from the very thing that had given you everything. As Li Jing stood in the town square, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, he heard the familiar hum in his chest. The power was there, just beneath the surface, waiting for him to reach out and embrace it. But this time, he resisted. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, grounding himself in the stillness of the moment. He didn't need to control everything. He didn't need to fix the world. The world wasn't his to fix. And the more he thought about it, the clearer it became. The energy, the power, these things weren't inherently good or evil. It was the people who used them, the ones who sought to control, to dominate, who made the choices that shaped the world. In the distance, he saw a small cafe, its lights flickering on as the sun dipped below the horizon. Li Jing walked toward it, his mind still a swirl of thoughts, but there was a new clarity in his step. He couldn't undo what had been done, couldn't take back the choices that had brought him here. But he could choose what came next. And that, he realized, was the only thing that mattered. Inside the cafe, the air was warm, filled with the smell of coffee and baked goods. The hum of conversation mixed with the soft music playing overhead, and for the first time in a long while, Li Jing felt a sense of peace. He took a seat at the counter, ordering a cup of coffee from the barista, a young woman with a friendly smile. As she handed him the cup, their fingers brushed lightly, and for a brief moment, Li Jing felt the world slip away. No more surveillance. No more crises. No more power games. Just a fleeting moment of normalcy. But his peace was short-lived. The door opened, and a group of men in dark suits entered the cafe. They were tall, their movements precise, and their eyes scanned the room as they walked toward him. Li Jing's heart rate quickened. He knew exactly who they were. Government agents. They had found him. They hadn't given up, not yet. The leader of the group, a man with sharp features and a cold smile, approached Li Jing without hesitation. "Li Jing," he said, his voice smooth but firm. "We've been looking for you." Li Jing didn't flinch. He had expected this. "I'm not going back," he said, his voice calm but resolute. "I'm done with you. With all of it." The man's smile didn't falter. "You don't have a choice. You're too valuable to be left alone." Li Jing stood up, his eyes narrowing. He could feel the energy around him, the electricity in the air, vibrating with tension. He knew that he could take control of the situation, bend the power to his will, but something stopped him. Maybe it was the stillness of the cafe, the normalcy of the moment. Maybe it was the fact that he was finally tired of the fight. The agent took another step forward, his hand reaching for something at his side. Li Jing's pulse quickened. There was no more time for hesitation. He could feel the current building inside him, ready to burst out, to break free of this prison they had tried to build for him. He reached out, his fingers crackling with energy, and for a split second, everything seemed to stop. The air grew thick with electricity, the hum of power filling the room, but then, something strange happened. The agent stopped moving, his hand frozen mid-air, his eyes wide in shock. Li Jing felt the energy in his body shift, a new force taking hold. He wasn't just manipulating the grid anymore. He was manipulating something deeper, something more primal. "Enough," Li Jing said, his voice low and steady. He didn't need to say more. The agents slowly stepped back, their expressions now wary. Li Jing could feel the fear radiating from them. They didn't know what he was capable of, not really. The leader hesitated for a moment, his cold eyes never leaving Li Jing's. Then, without a word, he turned and gestured for his team to leave. They filed out of the cafe, leaving Li Jing standing alone once more. The moment the door shut behind them, Li Jing collapsed back into his seat. His hands trembled as he gripped the coffee cup, trying to steady himself. He had done it. For the first time, he had used his power not to control, not to dominate, but to protect himself. He had made a choice, and in that choice, he found a strange sort of freedom, but that wasn't the end of it. He knew that. The world didn't just stop turning because he had walked away. The government would keep searching for him. Voltacorp would keep scheming. The world would keep turning, but Li Jing wasn't sure he could change that anymore. What he had learned was that sometimes, the best way to change the world was to stop trying to control it, to let it find its own balance. The question was, would anyone else be willing to do the same? As he sipped his coffee, Li Jing looked out the window at the city skyline, bathed in the soft glow of evening light. He could feel the electric hum beneath it all, like a heartbeat that pulsed through the streets, through the people, through the world itself, and for the first time in a long while, he wasn't afraid of it. He was at peace. It was late in the afternoon when Lin first felt the surge of energy course through his body. The bright fluorescent lights above hummed softly, casting long shadows over the lab's sleek, white surfaces. The equipment blinked and beeped in its usual rhythm as Lin carefully adjusted the electrodes on the edge of the electrofield manipulator, the latest and most ambitious project he'd been working on at the Power Engineering Lab. His lab coat was wrinkled, and the sleeves were pushed up to reveal a few tattoos he'd never mentioned to anyone, mostly abstract designs from his university days, just rebellious enough to stand out in a sea of white-collar engineers. He was late, of course. That was a given. Late to the presentation, late to set things up. Always late to the important moments. But when the pulse of electric power hummed in the air, Lin felt like he might finally be on the verge of something extraordinary. Or, as his colleagues in the lab would say, a really bad idea. Ready? Dr. Wang's voice cracked through his focus, sending a ripple through the bubble of concentrated silence he had created. She stood at the back of the room, her eyes narrowed in a mix of curiosity and suspicion, arms crossed tightly over her chest. Lin didn't bother looking up. He was fine, more than fine. "I've got it under control, don't worry." The device, a massive array of interconnected wires and nodes, sat at the center of the lab like some sort of technological beast ready to pounce. At its heart was a pulsating core, a power generator capable of manipulating electrical currents on an atomic scale. Lin had spent weeks tweaking it, and now, with everyone else watching and no turning back, he finally pushed the button. The room shuddered. A crackling energy rose from the machine, seizing the air, sending electric arcs flashing across the metallic walls. Lin grinned like a mad scientist, exhilarated by the sight of the power humming in the lab, like the pulse of the city itself. Then something went terribly wrong. For a fraction of a second, the air itself seemed to split open. It wasn't just the lights flickering, the entire room seemed to bend and warp with energy, as if the laws of physics had temporarily surrendered. Lin froze, his hand still hovering above the control panel, his heart pounding in his chest. But before anyone could react, a surge of electricity exploded from the machine, sending a massive shockwave across the lab. Everything happened so fast that Lin's body was flung backward. His head slammed into the floor with a sickening thud, and a wave of heat and static filled the air. The last thing he heard before everything went black was the scream of Dr. Wong, but it sounded distorted, like someone was speaking through a thick glass. When Lin opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. His head throbbed, and his body felt strange, as though something was off. He blinked a few times, trying to clear the fog in his mind, but the confusion didn't dissipate. A nurse stood nearby, watching him with a faint, almost clinical interest. "You're awake," she said, her voice flat. "What happened?" Lin croaked, his throat dry. He tried to sit up, but the nurse gently pushed him back down. "Don't move just yet," she said. "There was an accident at the lab. Some kind of electrical overload. The doctors will be in shortly to check on you." The nurse stepped out, leaving Lin alone in the sterile, white room. His fingers itched with the need to move, to feel something, anything, but for a moment, all he could do was stare at the ceiling. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed in a rhythmic pattern, but it felt different. He could almost sense the way the electricity pulsed, felt the flow of power through the very air. Wait a minute, something was wrong. Lin sat up more carefully this time, his mind racing. A strange energy seemed to ripple through the space, like he could sense every single current that ran through the room. The hospital machines that beeped in the corners, the lights overhead, the electrical currents running through the walls, it was like he could feel them all. It was as if his body had become attuned to the electromagnetic field in a way that was both overwhelming and somehow natural. What was happening to him? The door creaked open, and Dr. Wong stepped in, her expression a mixture of concern and relief. She was followed by a pair of medical staff, who quickly began running through their checks. "Lin," Dr. Wong said, lowering her voice as the nurse checked his vitals, "how do you feel? The doctors have been running tests, and your body's been exposed to an unprecedented amount of electrical energy. You shouldn't have survived." Lin looked at her, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Funny, I don't feel so bad. In fact, I feel great." Dr. Wong's eyes narrowed, not in suspicion, but in something that bordered on fascination. "How so?" "I don't know how to explain it. But I can feel everything. I can feel the electricity. Like it's part of me. I can hear it, too. All the machines, the lights, even the flow of data, it's like I'm inside the system." For a moment, there was silence. The medical staff continued their work, but Dr. Wong looked more intrigued than concerned. Lin closed his eyes, focusing harder. His senses were sharper now, more attuned to the electronic pulses that flowed through the world around him. He could almost feel the information, the way it moved from one device to another, the silent conversations that took place in the data streams. It was all there, within reach. "You've gained something, Lin," Dr. Wong said slowly, her tone shifting. "Something beyond what we imagined. This could change everything." Over the next few days, Lin tried to make sense of what had happened to him. At first, he thought it might just be some lingering side effect of the electrical surge. But as time went on, he realized it was more than that. The power wasn't just inside him, it was around him. Everywhere. He could hear the hum of electrical currents running through the power lines outside the window, feel the electromagnetic waves that pulsed through the air like an invisible tide. He could trace the paths of the information flowing between devices, like reading an invisible map that told the story of every conversation, every transaction, every secret buried in the digital world. It was intoxicating. At first, Lin didn't know what to do with this newfound ability. He tested it cautiously. He manipulated the hospital's electronic systems, just small things, adjusting the lighting, overriding the security systems to unlock doors, nudging the temperature controls. But as he grew more comfortable with his powers, he began to realize just how vast his reach was. He could hack into any system, any device, with nothing more than a thought. The encrypted data that had once been beyond his grasp was now wide open to him. He could feel the flow of information between servers, deciphering hidden messages, revealing secrets that were meant to stay buried. The thrill of discovery consumed him. He began using his abilities more recklessly, tapping into corporate servers, listening in on private conversations, and even cracking into encrypted government files. The secrets he uncovered were enough to make his head spin. A whisper of corruption in the highest echelons of power here, a series of financial scandals there. He Lin had become more than just a man, he had become a part of the digital world itself. But there was a cost. The more he manipulated the flow of information, the more he realized that he could influence not just data, but people. It started subtly, nudging a few decisions, altering a few minor outcomes. He could make someone choose to buy a product, or shift the direction of a conversation without them ever realizing it. But it didn't stop there. As his abilities grew stronger, Lin found that he could alter the very choices people made. A simple push in the right direction, a slight change in the flow of information, and people would do things they never would have otherwise. They would choose paths they never would have walked. He could make them believe things, see things, choose things, all without them even knowing, and that's when the true temptation set in. Lin's mind raced with the possibilities. The power to influence others, to control the flow of information, it was an overwhelming temptation. He could do anything. He could fix the broken systems in society. He could expose corruption, rewrite history, even change the course of people's lives. He could make the world a better place, couldn't he? But at what cost? As he sat alone in his apartment, the city's skyline stretching out before him in a sprawling sea of lights, Lin realized just how far he had already gone. The things he could do now felt like magic. He wasn't just manipulating electricity, he was manipulating reality itself. With a simple thought, he could break into any database, access personal information, change an email, or even influence what someone would think or feel in a given moment. The world was his to command, and it was all too easy. But somewhere deep down, something nagged at him. Was he becoming too powerful? Was it right to use this ability on others, even if it was for a greater good? After all, who was he to decide the fate of someone else's life, or to manipulate the choices that people made? He had started small, changing the temperature on his neighbor's thermostat for a laugh, slipping into a bank's computer system to change a few numbers, but as the days went on, he found himself pushing the boundaries further. It had started innocently. The thrill of cracking a password, the rush of seeing hidden data, was enough to keep him hooked. But soon, it was no longer about curiosity. It became about control. The first time he'd altered someone's decision without them knowing, just a nudge, a slight shift in the way they saw the world, was when the real power of his gift began to reveal itself. It was small at first, a harmless thing, like changing a yes to a no, or the other way around. A friend who'd been debating whether or not to buy an expensive gadget suddenly found themselves with a new purchase in their cart, their mind convinced it was the right decision. The experiment was fascinating, but the more he used it, the more he realized the vastness of his influence. It wasn't just about controlling a device or intercepting data, it was about reshaping the choices of every person around him. He had become a puppeteer, and the world his stage, but the consequences of his actions weren't always clear at first. He found it easy to justify, after all, he wasn't doing anything harmful, right? It was just a little nudge here and there, a few strategic manipulations to make life more convenient, or perhaps to expose a lie or a scam. And when he did change someone's decision, it felt like he was making a difference in the world. People didn't know they were being influenced, but Lin could see the subtle shifts in their behavior. The decision they had made was altered, yes, but did that make it wrong? Yet, as he continued, Lin started to notice something troubling. The more he changed, the less he could trust what was real. His perception of the world became warped, as if he was seeing the world through an electric lens, a digital filter. The choices of the people around him weren't theirs anymore, they were his. He started to wonder if anyone had made a decision on their own in the last few days, or if all their actions had been steered by him in some way. One evening, Lin sat on his bed, scrolling through the endless stream of data he had access to. The information was intoxicating. He could see the email exchanges, the financial transactions, the secret phone calls. He could hear the hum of thoughts vibrating in the circuits of the city's systems. He could feel the weight of the world's knowledge at his fingertips. But then something stopped him. It wasn't a sound or a thought or even the data itself. It was a feeling, an ache. He hadn't felt it before. It was the sense that, with all his power, he had lost touch with something real. He turned off his laptop, his hand lingering on the shutdown button. For a moment, the room was still. He listened to the hum of the electronics around him, the subtle current that flowed through every wire, every connection, every device. There it was again, the strange, unsettling sense that something was wrong. The world felt hollow, like it was just an illusion, a string of interconnected nodes waiting to be manipulated. The next day, Lin found himself unable to shake the feeling. His usual routines had lost their spark. The things that had once excited him, hacking into a corporate database, uncovering a financial scandal, listening in on a private conversation, now seemed trivial. He had seen too much. He had taken too much control. His ability had become more of a burden than a gift. He began to question everything he'd done. Could he even trust his own choices anymore? Were his actions truly his own, or were they just the product of his new ability, warped by the need to be in control? He felt the pull of his power, the magnetic urge to manipulate once more, but something inside him hesitated. What was the point of knowing everything if you couldn't trust yourself anymore? What was the point of controlling everything if it meant losing touch with reality? And then, in a quiet moment, Lin realized the truth. He had become a part of the very system he had once sought to understand. He was no longer just observing the currents of the world around him, he was a part of them. The information he had once accessed with curiosity now felt like an invasive force, cutting through the lives of those around him. He could change everything, yes, but at what cost? The next time he hacked into a system, he found himself hesitating. Instead of pulling the strings as he had before, he just watched. He let the system run its course, no interference. He let the data flow, untouched, unaltered. And for the first time in weeks, Lin felt something akin to peace, but that peace didn't last. Lin's phone buzzed on the table beside him, breaking the silence. It was a message from an anonymous source, just a string of numbers and letters that seemed to make no sense. At first, Lin was annoyed. Another hacker trying to play a game? But as his fingers hovered over the screen, something made him pause. The numbers seemed familiar. He'd seen them before, hidden within a stream of encrypted data. But these numbers, this particular sequence, they were different. He could feel it. They were directed at him. He opened the message, "I see you." It was brief, but it hit him like a shock. He stared at the screen, his heart pounding in his chest. The message wasn't a coincidence. Someone was aware of him. Someone had noticed the changes he'd made, the way he'd manipulated the world around him. Lin sat back in his chair, his mind racing. There was no going back. He had crossed a line. Someone knew. He wasn't alone in the digital world anymore. The next few days passed in a blur. Lin couldn't escape the feeling that he was being watched. The message had rattled him in a way he hadn't expected. He couldn't shake the nagging thought that someone else, someone more powerful, was out there, someone who could do what he did, but better, faster, and with fewer reservations. It wasn't just the message that haunted him. It was the sense that he had let his abilities run wild, that he had pushed the boundaries too far. He didn't know who had sent that message, but he knew one thing for sure. It was a warning. He had always thought he could control everything, but now he wasn't so sure. The systems he had once seen as his domain now felt like a prison, a web of invisible threads that bound him as much as they freed him. That night, as Lin sat staring at the flickering screen of his laptop, a realization struck him. He wasn't just manipulating information. He wasn't just changing the world around him. He had become part of it, connected in ways he didn't fully understand, and that scared him more than anything else. the digital world was vast, and there were forces out there that he had yet to comprehend. And as the realization settled in, Lin faced the truth: he couldn't keep going like this. He couldn't continue living in a world of constant manipulation, of bending reality to his will. So he made a choice. He was going to walk away. He closed his laptop with a finality that felt both terrifying and liberating. He turned off his phone, silencing the constant barrage of messages and notifications. For the first time in weeks, Lin felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. It wasn't freedom. He couldn't have freedom in a world so interconnected, so tightly woven with data, but it was peace. He would live without it. As the city's lights flickered outside his window, Lin sat in silence, finally at peace with the knowledge that he no longer needed to control everything. He didn't need to know the future, to see the hidden truths. He was content in his ignorance, but somewhere, deep in the back of his mind, a whisper lingered. He could always see the truth again. Just one more time. Lin couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking away from something monumental. Every step he took away from the digital world felt like a disconnection, a severing of ties with the very essence of who he had become. The withdrawal wasn't as simple as turning off his laptop or silencing his phone. It was a conscious uncoupling from the grip of something that had taken root deep within him. The digital world had become a part of his psyche, his consciousness. To pull away from it now was like asking a man to walk away from his own skin. He sat still in his apartment, staring at the wall in front of him. The hum of the city outside, the flashing lights from the streets below, felt distant, muted, like a soundtrack to a world that was no longer his to control. He missed it, in some ways. The electricity that pulsed through the walls, the constant flow of information, the knowledge that everything was within his reach. It had been exhilarating, yes, but now, in the silence that had settled around him, Lin realized just how much that thrill had cost him. It was the first time in weeks that he had felt his own heartbeat. The simple rhythm of his pulse, the steady thrum of life, seemed so foreign now. It wasn't enough to drown out the noise in his head, though. The noise of knowing, of sensing the electrical currents that flowed everywhere, the subtext of every conversation, the hidden information that threaded through the fabric of society, it was all still there, just out of reach. He had turned it off, but it had left its mark on him. He walked to the window and looked out, the city sprawling below him like a maze of light and shadow. The streets were alive with movement, but it felt like watching a play through a glass. Everyone was just going about their business, unaware of the invisible threads connecting them. He had once been able to see those threads. He could have woven his own path through them, moved people like pawns on a board. But now, all he could do was watch. He stood there for a while, feeling the weight of his decision. Part of him was relieved. He no longer had to bear the burden of knowing everything, of carrying the weight of other people's secrets and desires. But another part of him, the part that had reveled in the power, felt empty. The excitement of bending the world to his will had been intoxicating, and now, without it, the world felt small. How could he ever go back to being just a regular person after all of this? Was he destined to live in ignorance for the rest of his life? The thought made him uneasy. But as the minutes passed, and the city below continued to pulse with life, Lin started to feel the quiet settle inside him, like the calm after a storm. The noise in his head, the constant chatter of the digital world, was fading. He no longer had to listen to it. He didn't need to. And maybe that was enough. But then came the message. It wasn't anything special at first, a simple notification on his phone, the kind of thing he would have ignored in the past. But when Lin saw the name attached to it, his heart skipped a beat. It was from an unknown source, an encrypted message, one that would normally be discarded by his old self. But now, with his curiosity piqued and his nerves on edge, Lin couldn't resist. He opened it. "Still running, are we?" It was short, cryptic. But it was enough to make Lin's blood run cold. The message came with an attachment, a video file. Lin hesitated, his finger hovering over the screen. His instinct told him to ignore it, to let it go, to not allow himself to be dragged back into that world. But something deeper, a gnawing sense of dread mixed with curiosity, urged him to play it. He hit open. The screen flickered for a moment before the video began to play. It was shaky, distorted, like it had been recorded with a poor-quality camera. The first thing Lin saw was his own face. A distorted, blurry version of himself, as though someone had taken a video of him without his knowledge. He could barely recognize himself. The angle was off, the lighting harsh, but there was no mistaking the image. It was him. His heart pounded in his chest. The video shifted, showing a darkened room. Shadows shifted in the corners of the frame, and then, with a sharp jolt, the camera zoomed in on something. A computer screen. A terminal. And on the screen was a series of numbers, ones and zeros scrolling quickly, faster than Lin could process, like someone was typing at an inhuman speed. Then, just as quickly, the video cut to black. The screen flickered for a second longer before the words appeared, "You've been busy. But you're not the only one who can see." Lin's stomach sank. The message wasn't just a warning, it was a challenge. Someone, somehow, had found him. Had found his trail in the digital world. Someone who knew what he could do, who understood the depth of his abilities. And now, they were playing a game of cat and mouse. For the first time in a long while, Lin felt a rush of panic. The calm he had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by an adrenaline-fueled awareness that he was no longer in control. He had walked away, but the world wasn't done with him. He had underestimated the depth of the digital web, and now it was pulling him back in. His thoughts raced, spinning out of control. Who was this? How did they know? More importantly, what did they want? Lin ran his fingers through his hair, the anxiety quickly building. He had been so sure that disconnecting from the world, from the systems he had come to know so intimately, would give him peace. But now, it felt as if he was drowning again. Someone out there had a hold of him, and they were making it clear that he wasn't as free as he had hoped. The power he thought he had shut down was still there, somewhere, waiting to be turned back on. He had thought he could walk away, but this message, this person, was proving that the world he had entered was far deeper and far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. His ability to control the current, to manipulate the flow of information, wasn't just a gift. It was a curse. And now, someone else knew about it. Someone who had their own agenda. He paced the room, his mind racing. There was no way to go back now. He had to face this. He grabbed his phone again and opened the message, hoping to find another clue, another lead. But the screen was blank. No attachment. No words. Just silence. It was as if the world had gone still, waiting for him to make his next move. Lin stared at the blank screen, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The message wasn't just a threat. It was an invitation. Whoever had sent it knew the truth. And now, they wanted him to play. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the familiar rush of electricity pulse through his fingertips, through his veins. It was tempting to reach out again, to use the power he knew he could control, to track down this shadowy figure. But the last time he had done that, he had almost lost himself completely. He didn't want to be that person again, but there was something in his gut that told him he had no choice. The game had changed. And if he didn't play, he might lose everything. He opened his laptop, the familiar hum of the machine filling the quiet room. For a moment, Lin hesitated. But then, with a deep breath, he plunged back into the digital world. The game was on. And this time, he would be ready. Zhou Tao was a man who had always been good at solving problems. Electrical problems, to be precise. As a senior electrical engineer at the National Grid facility, he was the go-to guy when anything in the system went wrong. If there was an outage, a malfunction, or a potential disaster on the horizon, Zhou was the one the company called in to fix it. His reputation was built on his calm under pressure and his meticulous attention to detail. In a world where power was everything, Zhou knew the grid better than anyone. That morning, however, the issue wasn't something as simple as a broken transformer or a short circuit. It was far worse. The power plant where Zhou was working had just experienced a catastrophic failure, an explosion of sorts, triggered by a rare electrical surge. It wasn't the first failure of its kind, but it was the worst, knocking out power to millions of homes across the nation. Emergency response teams had already been dispatched, and Zhou was called in to troubleshoot. He grabbed his coffee thermos from his desk as he headed out to the disaster site. It was only a 15-minute drive from the facility, but Zhou knew it would be anything but quick and easy. A mass electrical failure like this was the kind of thing that could take down entire sectors of the economy and spark riots. He'd seen it happen before. On the way there, Zhou's mind drifted back to that one thing he had never quite gotten used to, the failure of technology. His career was based on the belief that things could be fixed. After all, electricity was the most powerful force in the world, right? With the right knowledge, you could bend it, shape it, make it do your bidding. The irony of his job, however, was that the more he tried to understand electricity, the more he realized that, at its core, it was an unpredictable force, a beast that could never be tamed. But Zhou never let that stop him. He had always found a way to solve the problem, to make the current flow as it should. As he arrived at the plant, the air buzzed with a sense of urgency. Emergency crews were setting up temporary generators to provide power to vital services, and workers in hard hats scrambled to assess the damage. Zhou walked past them, nodding his greetings, before heading straight to the control room. He had a feeling this wasn't going to be as simple as rerouting power from a nearby substation. Inside the control room, Zhou was immediately greeted by chaos. Engineers were shouting over one another, their voices a jumble of technical jargon. The screens flickered erratically, each one showing a different grid failure. The main power lines were offline, and backup generators were only half operational. The entire system was on the brink of collapse. "Zhou, thank God you're here," said a familiar voice. It was Luo Yifan, a senior government official who had been involved in energy policy for years. "We need your expertise. This could get worse if we don't fix it now." Zhou nodded and got to work, immediately diving into the diagnostics. He didn't need to be told what to do, he knew the plant systems like the back of his hand. But something felt off this time, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. The usual methods weren't working. The circuits wouldn't behave as they should. They sparked and hummed with a strange energy. The current seemed to resist him. It was as though it was alive, twisting and bending in ways that shouldn't have been possible. As he reached out to adjust a faulty circuit, a sudden jolt shot through him, a shock so powerful it sent him flying backward across the room. The lights flickered as everything went dark for a split second. Zhou's body convulsed, and for a moment, it felt like the very air around him had thickened with static. His heart raced, and his vision blurred. But in the next instant, everything settled. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the floor, surrounded by concerned faces. Luo Yifan was kneeling beside him, shaking him gently. "Zhou? Are you all right?" Zhou sat up, his mind still racing, his hands trembling. He could feel something different now. A strange pulse, almost like a heartbeat, running through his veins. But it wasn't his heart, it was the electricity, flowing through him in a way he couldn't explain. He had always been aware of the energy around him, but now, it was as though he had become a part of it. I'm fine," Zhou stammered, though his voice sounded distant, almost as though it wasn't his own. He stood up, and as he did, his hand brushed against a nearby console. There was a sudden spark, and the monitors around him flickered to life, showing a perfectly stable power grid. Luo Yifan looked at him in confusion. What just happened?" Zhou stared at the screens, his mind reeling. He couldn't explain what had just occurred. He didn't know how, but he had somehow manipulated the flow of energy. He hadn't touched anything, at least, nothing he remembered. Before he could process it further, the emergency alarms went off. The main power grid had restabilized, but the plant was still in danger of a second surge. Zhou looked around and saw the panic in everyone's eyes. "Get out of here!" Zhou shouted, his voice firm now. His instincts kicked in. The room was unsafe. Everyone had to evacuate. As people began scrambling toward the exits, Zhou took a deep breath and extended his hand toward the control panel once more. This time, instead of just stabilizing the grid, he felt something surge through him, a wave of energy so intense it was almost like he could feel the very electrical currents flowing through his body. It was no longer about controlling machines or fixing wires, this was something deeper. He closed his eyes, focusing, and with a single thought, directed the electrical surge away from the facility, dissipating it before it could cause further damage. When he opened his eyes again, everything was silent. The grid had stabilized. The storm had passed. Zhou stood there for a moment, taking in the reality of what had just happened. He could still feel the strange hum inside him, like the electricity was part of him now. It wasn't just in the machines anymore, it was inside his very cells. He could control it. He could manipulate it. But why? How? And what did this mean for him, and the world? He was snapped from his thoughts by Luo Yifan's voice. "Zhou, that was incredible. What just happened? You saved the entire plant. The power, it's under your control now." Zhou looked at him, still trying to come to grips with what had just occurred. I don't know. But I think I need to find out." Luo Yifan seemed to notice the uncertainty in his voice. "Zhou, listen. The government is going to need you. You have something no one else has. We can use you to stabilize the nation's grid, maybe even save the world from the energy crisis we're facing." Zhou paused. There was something in Luo Yifan's tone, something urgent, almost desperate. Zhou had worked with government officials before, and he knew the weight of their requests. But this was different. This wasn't just about power lines and transformers. This was something far bigger. "I don't know," Zhou said finally. "I don't know what I'm dealing with here." Zhou Tao stood there, his mind racing. The room was still, save for the low hum of the backup generators that now ran smoothly. His heart was still thudding in his chest, but the physical shock had passed. It wasn't just the jolt of electricity that had shaken him, it was the realization of what had happened. He could control electricity. Not just as an engineer manipulating circuits, but something more primal. He had felt the current in his own body, felt it flow as if it was part of him. He turned toward Luo Yifan, whose face had gone from confusion to awe. It was clear that the senior official was stunned, perhaps even scared, but Zhou couldn't deal with that now. He needed answers. "What did you see?" Zhou asked, his voice steady despite the storm of thoughts in his head. Luo shook his head slowly, eyes still wide. You didn't touch anything. The grid fixed itself. It was like you made it happen. You didn't even move your hands. It's like you." He stopped, seemingly at a loss for words. Zhou took a breath, running his hand through his hair. "I didn't do anything. I mean, I didn't mean to. It just happened." Luo, clearly not satisfied with that answer, stepped forward. "Zhou, this isn't just a freak accident. What you did, it was like you tapped into something we can't even begin to understand. The world is collapsing. We're facing a global energy crisis. The power outages are getting worse. People are rioting, nations are starting to lose control. And then you do that." His gaze shifted to the now stable screens, which flickered with data that made no sense to anyone but an engineer. "You might just be the answer we've been looking for." Zhou took a moment to process, his fingers still tingling from the brief surge of power. The room had gone from chaos to calm in an instant, but his mind was anything but settled. Could it be? Could the answer to the world's energy crisis really lie in him? The thought both terrified and intrigued him. This wasn't what he signed up for. He was just an engineer, someone who liked to solve problems. Now, it seemed like the problem had become his own to solve. But how could he? He didn't even know the full extent of what had just happened. "I don't know what I can do," Zhou replied, his voice quiet. "This isn't something I planned for. He stopped himself, realizing that the more he tried to explain, the less it made sense. Luo Yifan pressed on. "The government needs you. The country needs you. The world needs you." His tone was almost pleading, and Zhou could see the weight of responsibility in his eyes. "We're on the brink of an all-out collapse, Zhou. If we don't find a way to stabilize the global energy grid soon, we might be looking at more than just blackouts. Wars are being fought over resources, and this could get a lot worse. You have a power we can't explain, and we need to harness it. We need to understand it." Zhou shook his head slowly, his thoughts swirling. He couldn't let himself be used like that. The idea of wielding that kind of power, of being the key to something so monumental, it felt too dangerous. "Too much responsibility. I didn't ask for this," Zhou said finally, his voice tinged with frustration. "I didn't choose this. And I don't know if I want to be the one to fix it." Luo didn't seem to take offense. Instead, he looked at Zhou with a hint of understanding. "I get it. I do. But what you don't realize is that you might not have a choice. This is bigger than you. Bigger than me. Bigger than any one country or corporation. The world is changing, Zhou, and we need someone who can guide us through it. You could be the one to save us." Zhou glanced down at his hand, still tingling with residual energy. He could feel it, something inside him that was different now. As if the very molecules in his body had shifted, reprogrammed by the surge of power he had absorbed. It wasn't just about electricity anymore. It was something far more profound, something that went beyond technology, beyond circuits and wires. It felt like he could reach out and touch the very essence of energy itself. He didn't answer Luo immediately. Instead, he stepped over to the console, eyes fixed on the fluctuating data on the screen. It was as if the grid was now an extension of himself. He could almost sense its ebb and flow, the pulse of the system as it hummed beneath his fingertips. "I need to understand what happened," Zhou said quietly. "I need to figure out what I can actually do with this." Luo didn't push him. Instead, he nodded. "Take the time you need. But know that we're watching. This isn't something we can let slip away." Zhou didn't respond. He didn't need to. He knew the truth. Whatever was happening to him was going to change everything. Whether he liked it or not, for the next few days, Zhou kept to himself. He knew there was little he could do to hide what had happened. News of the power plant stabilization spread quickly, and rumors began to circulate. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was coming. Luo's words had echoed in his mind over and over again. "The world needs you." What did that even mean? And why had he been chosen for this? There were so many questions, and no answers in sight. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that things began to take a turn. Zhou had been in his apartment, sitting in front of a stack of schematics, when his phone rang. He didn't recognize the number, but something in his gut told him it wasn't a coincidence. "Hello?" he answered, his voice hoarse. "Zhou Tao," came a voice on the other end. It was smooth, calm, but there was an edge to it. "We need to talk." Zhou's instincts flared. "Who is this?" The voice didn't hesitate. "My name is Victor Ward. I'm with Volt Corp. I believe you're aware of the global energy situation. We're in a crisis, and we need someone like you to help us." There was a pause, a shift in the tone. "You're not the only one with unique abilities, Zhou. We've been following you. Watching. We think you're the key to solving this." Zhou's stomach dropped. He hadn't expected this. Of course, a corporation like Volt Corp would be watching. They controlled most of the energy markets around the world. They had a vested interest in seeing Zhou's abilities put to good use, at least, their definition of good use. I don't know what you're talking about, Zhou said, trying to keep his voice steady. Victor chuckled softly. Let's not play games, Zhou. We know what you can do. And I believe we can offer you something in return for your cooperation. Control. Power. You could shape the future of energy, Zhou. You could rewrite the rules. All you have to do is join us. Zhou's mind raced. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing on him. Voltcorp was offering him something he couldn't ignore. They were powerful, influential. They had the resources to help him explore his abilities, to push them to their limits. But there was something unsettling about the offer. There was always a price with people like them. I'm not interested, Zhou said firmly. He couldn't let himself be bought. Not like this. Victor's tone shifted. That's unfortunate, he said, his voice darkening. Because you don't really have a choice. We'll be in touch. Before Zhou could respond, the line went dead. Zhou stood in the doorway, staring at the man before him. He was tall, his features sharp but unremarkable, someone who could blend into a crowd easily. His black suit was understated, but there was something in his eyes that made Zhou pause. There was a calmness there, an intensity that suggested this man was used to handling things that others might shy away from. The currents, Zhou repeated, his voice thick with skepticism. Who are you? The man didn't smile, but there was a quiet certainty in the way he held himself. You've been noticed, Zhou Tao. Your abilities are rare. And in a time like this, rare things attract attention, both good and bad. Zhou's stomach tightened. What do you want with me? I'm here to offer you a choice, the man said, his voice smooth and controlled. But first, I need you to listen. The world is teetering on the brink. Energy monopolies, government control, corporations, the way things are going, there will be no future for ordinary people. You know this. The global crisis is only a symptom of a much deeper problem. A system built on greed and dependency. And that's where you come in. Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. You're saying you want me to help you? Change the system? The man nodded slowly. Exactly. You have the power to reshape the way the world consumes energy, to break free from the stranglehold that companies like Voltcorp have over every facet of our lives. But you can't do it alone. We are a network of scientists, engineers, and visionaries, people who have spent their entire careers working in the shadows, trying to find a way to bring about a true revolution in energy. Zhou's mind raced. Everything this man was saying resonated with him. He had seen the corruption, the power struggles. He had known for years that the energy system was flawed, rigged in favor of the rich and powerful. But this was different. The very idea of it felt impossible, even reckless. And you think I'm the one to make this happen? Zhou asked, his voice low, tinged with doubt. The man smiled, though it wasn't the kind of smile that offered comfort. You don't realize how unique your abilities are, Zhou. You're not just an engineer anymore. You are the key to unlocking a new world order, where power is shared, where the flow of energy is no longer controlled by the few, but by the many. Zhou stepped back, his hand instinctively reaching out to steady himself against the doorframe. He couldn't process all of this at once. He had only just begun to understand the extent of his abilities, and now here was this stranger offering him a chance to change the world. Or destroy it. What's the catch? Zhou asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. The man's gaze sharpened. No catch. Just a choice. We don't want to control you, Zhou. We want to work with you. Use your power to create something real. We can help you refine your abilities, push them further. We've got the resources, the technology. Together, we can disrupt the system. But you have to decide. Do you want to be a pawn for a government or a corporation? Or do you want to be free, to use your power to change everything? Zhou didn't respond immediately. The weight of the decision was crushing. He could feel the hum of the electricity inside him, as if it were calling to him, urging him to make a choice. He had never wanted to be a hero. He had never craved power. But what if this was bigger than himself? What if this was his chance to do something that mattered? You're asking me to trust you, Zhou said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. But I don't even know who you are. What if you're just like them? The man didn't flinch. I understand your hesitation. But the difference is, we don't want to own you. We don't want to make you into a tool. We want to change the way energy is distributed. We want to change the world, Zhou. You have the power to make that happen. Zhou closed his eyes for a moment, trying to clear his mind. The electricity was still buzzing within him, filling his veins with heat. He had never felt so connected to something greater than himself. But that didn't mean he should let it control him. How do I know you're not lying? Zhou asked, still unsure. The man reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a small, thin device. He placed it in Zhou's hand. This is a prototype, he said. It will help you understand the true scope of your abilities. You won't be able to ignore the truth once you see it. Zhou stared at the device. It was sleek and unassuming, but something about it felt important. He felt an odd pull to it, an urgency to understand more. He didn't know why he trusted this man, but something in him told him that this was the right path. I'll think about it, Zhou said, his voice hardening with resolve. But if this is some kind of trap, I won't hesitate to walk away. The man nodded, his expression unreadable. That's all we ask. But know this, Zhou, time is running out. The world is changing, and you are at the center of it. The choice is yours. Without waiting for a response, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the corridor of the building. Zhou stood in the doorway, still holding the device. The weight of it felt heavier now that he had made the decision to at least consider it. As he closed the door behind him, Zhou's mind raced. What had he just agreed to? He had no idea if he could trust the currents, but one thing was clear: his life, his future, and the future of the world had just taken a turn he could never have anticipated. The next few days passed in a blur. Zhou couldn't get the man's words out of his head. Every time he tried to focus on something else, work, the ongoing crisis, the fractured state of the world, his mind kept coming back to the offer. It was tempting, too tempting. The chance to use his powers to change the way the world worked, to fix a broken system. It was a dream he had never allowed himself to entertain. Until now, and then, one morning, as he sat at his desk, trying to focus on the schematic in front of him, his phone rang again. It was a number he didn't recognize, but this time, he didn't hesitate. He answered immediately. Zhou Tao, came the voice on the other end. It was Victor Ward, the representative from Volt Corp. We need to talk. Zhou felt a knot form in his stomach. He had expected this call. But that didn't make it any less uncomfortable. Zhou, Victor continued, we've been keeping track of your progress. We know what you can do now. And we think it's time we had a conversation about the future. About your future. Zhou's grip tightened on the phone. I'm not interested in what you're offering, he said, his voice cold. Victor's laugh on the other end was low, almost predatory. That's not what I'm offering, Zhou. We don't just want to use you. We want you to be a part of something bigger. We want you to shape the future with us. Zhou's heart raced. The words from the currents echoed in his mind. Who are you really? I've already had a conversation, Zhou said, his voice firm. And I've made my decision. There was silence on the other end, and for a moment, Zhou wondered if he had just sealed his fate. But then Victor's voice came through again, more sinister this time. Don't make a mistake you'll regret, Zhou. The world is changing, whether you want to be part of it or not. And with that, The line went dead. Zhou sat there, the weight of his choices settling in like a storm cloud ready to break. He could feel the electricity surging in his veins again, stronger than before, as though it were calling him to action. It was time. The choice had been made. Zhou sat in his apartment, the phone still pressed to his ear as the dial tone echoed in his ear. The conversation with Victor Ward had ended abruptly, but the weight of his words hung in the air, thick with the promise of danger and power. Zhou's mind churned with the implications. He had been offered power before, by VoltCorp, by the government, even by the mysterious currents, but now it felt as though the stakes had been raised to an entirely new level. His abilities, his potential, had attracted attention from both sides. The more he tried to distance himself from their plans, the more they seemed to pull him in. He threw the phone onto the couch, pacing the room. The world was on the brink of collapse, and everyone wanted a piece of him, wanted to use him as a tool to achieve their own ends. VoltCorp, with its smooth promises of control, was no different from the government in Zhou's eyes. They were all the same, hungry for power, using the energy crisis as a means to their own selfish purposes. But the currents were different. At least, that's what they wanted him to believe. His thoughts spiraled as he tried to make sense of it all. Every choice seemed like a dangerous one. If he joined VoltCorp, he would be handing them control over something far more dangerous than any other resource, control over the very currents of life itself. If he sided with the currents, he would be thrust into a fight that might be too big to win, a battle against forces much more powerful than any rogue scientist or engineer could handle. And if he refused both, then what? Would he just go back to living the life he had before, knowing that the world around him was falling apart? The answer wasn't clear, and Zhou hated the uncertainty. It was in times like this, when the pressure mounted and everything seemed to be falling apart, that he would usually retreat to his work, find comfort in the hum of machinery, in the predictable flow of electricity. But this time, there was no escape. Zhou finally stopped pacing, standing in the center of his apartment. The air around him felt charged, as though his very presence was influencing the current in the room. He raised his hand, just slightly, and for a split second, he could feel the vibrations in the air, the energy that flowed through every wire, every circuit, every atom in the room. It was all connected. He thought back to the first time he had felt it, the first time he had manipulated the energy at the plant. That raw, almost primal power had surged through him, and for a brief moment, it had felt like he could do anything. And maybe, just maybe, he could, but could he control it? Could he control them? Could he control the consequences of his own power? His abilities felt like a force of nature, but nature wasn't always kind. It didn't care if you were ready for it or not. The phone rang again, breaking through his thoughts. This time, the number was familiar. Luo Yifan. Zhou hesitated, but only for a moment. He knew the government had been keeping tabs on him. If there was one thing they understood, it was the need for control. Zhou had no doubt that they were just waiting for the right moment to pull him into their fold. He answered the phone. Zhou, Luo's voice came through, calm but urgent. We need to meet. It's about the energy situation. Zhou paused. The last time they'd spoken, Luo had been insistent that he work with the government, to use his abilities for the greater good. But now, after everything that had happened, Zhou wasn't sure where his loyalty lay. The government had its own agenda, and so did the corporations. Everyone was playing a game, and Zhou wasn't sure he wanted to be part of it anymore. Luo, I'm not sure I'm the right person for this, Zhou said, his voice betraying his inner conflict. There's too much at stake. I'm not sure I can trust anyone anymore. I understand your hesitation, Luo responded, his tone softening. But Zhou, the world is crumbling. You've seen it. You know what's happening. The energy crisis is just the beginning. You're the only one who can do something about it. And time is running out. Zhou leaned against the window, looking out at the city below. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion, but in his mind, time was accelerating. The pressure was suffocating. "I don't have the answers," Zhou replied. "I don't even know what I'm dealing with. This power inside me, it's not something I can control. It's not something I can just point at a problem and fix." There was a brief silence on the other end, and when Luo spoke again, his voice was filled with resolve. "That's why you need us, Zhou. You don't have to control everything. Let us help you understand it. Together, we can harness this power, turn it into something that can save the world." Zhou's grip tightened on the phone. He didn't want to be used by anyone, but he couldn't ignore the desperation in Luo's voice. The truth was, Zhou wasn't sure he could save the world alone. But if he didn't act, who would? "Where do you want to meet?" Zhou asked, finally giving in. There was a brief pause, and then Luo's voice came through with a sense of urgency. "The government's research facility on the outskirts of the city. We'll be waiting for you." Zhou ended the call and stared out the window, his reflection staring back at him. He had made the decision. There was no going back now. Hours later, Zhou found himself driving through the outskirts of the city, the roads growing quieter as he got closer to the government facility. His thoughts were a whirlwind, but his mind kept returning to the same question: what could he really accomplish by working with them? Could he trust Luo? Could he trust anyone? The facility was isolated, surrounded by tall fences and security gates. It was the kind of place where secrets were kept, where the government hid its most valuable resources and research. As Zhou approached the entrance, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking into a trap. But then again, he had already walked into one. He just hadn't realized it yet. He parked his car and made his way inside, his footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway. The facility was cold, sterile, like a hospital. The air felt heavy with anticipation as Zhou made his way down a corridor that seemed to stretch on forever. When he reached the lab, Luo Yifan was waiting for him. He was alone. "Zhou," Luo said, his voice calm but with an edge of urgency. "I'm glad you came." Zhou didn't respond immediately. He just stood there, taking in the sterile surroundings, the rows of computers, the machines humming quietly in the background. This was where they studied energy, where they tried to manipulate it, control it. "What is this place?" Zhou asked, his voice low. "This is where we do our most important work," Luo replied. "We've been researching alternative energy sources for years, trying to find a way to stabilize the global grid. But we've been fighting an uphill battle. That's where you come in, Zhou. You have the key to unlocking a new world of energy. You've already demonstrated it. And with your help, we can make it a reality." Zhou shook his head. "I don't know if I can. I don't even know how it works. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." "You don't need to understand it all, Zhou," Luo said, stepping closer. "We'll help you. We'll guide you. Together, we can change everything. You've already taken the first step by being here." Zhou's heart raced as he looked at Luo. The man was sincere, but there was something more beneath the surface. Zhou could sense it. The government wasn't just interested in fixing the energy crisis. They had their own plans, plans that would require more than just Zhou's abilities. "I need more time to think," Zhou said, his voice shaky. Luo's expression hardened. "Time is something we don't have. You know that. The world is breaking, Zhou. And you're the only one who can stop it." Zhou took a step back. "I'm not your weapon, Luo. I'm not anyone's weapon." For a moment, they stood there in silence, the weight of Zhou's words hanging in the air. And then, without another word, Zhou turned and walked out of the room, his mind racing, his future uncertain. Zhou walked briskly through the sterile hallways, his footsteps echoing with each step. He barely noticed the security guards stationed at regular intervals, nor the cold, clinical environment that surrounded him. All that filled his mind was the feeling of being trapped, pulled in different directions by forces he couldn't fully comprehend. The hum of the government facility, the pressure to choose between two competing factions, and the raw electricity that surged inside him. He could feel it all, pushing him toward decisions he wasn't sure he was ready to make. The weight of Luo Yifan's words still lingered in his mind. Time is something we don't have. Zhou had known that for a long time. The world was on the brink. But did he really want to be the one to fix it? Could he really control the power that now coursed through him? He had no clear answers, only the sense that the world was moving faster than he could keep up with, that his power was both a gift and a curse. As he reached the exit, Zhou felt a tightness in his chest. He knew he needed space, time to think, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. It wasn't just the government's eyes on him, it was Voltcorp, it was the currents, it was everyone. His every move was being tracked. The question wasn't whether he was important, but how he would be used. And who would be the one to use him? He stepped into the parking lot and paused, staring at his car. He had half a mind to drive far away, to leave everything behind and disappear into the mountains or the coast. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he knew it wasn't an option. There was nowhere left to hide. Not anymore. As he started the car and pulled out of the lot, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He hesitated, glancing at the screen. The number was unfamiliar, but there was something about the timing that made him press the answer button. Zhou Tao, a voice crackled through the phone. You've made your choice, haven't you? Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The voice wasn't one he recognized, but it was familiar enough to make him uneasy. I don't know what you mean, Zhou replied, trying to keep his voice steady as he navigated the city streets. The voice on the other end chuckled softly. You're not a fool, Zhou. We both know what's happening. The world is changing, and your abilities are the key. The currents may have their ideals, but they lack the resources to make real change. Voltcorp, on the other hand, they can give you the power you need to truly reshape things. They can give you everything. Zhou's grip tightened on the steering wheel. I've already turned you down, he said firmly. The voice didn't flinch. You may think that now, but let me ask you this. What happens when you realize the government is using you as a pawn, just like the rest of them? They'll take everything you have and leave you with nothing but the scraps. You don't want to end up like them. Zhou's stomach twisted. He'd felt that same feeling in Luo's eyes earlier, the sense that he was just another cog in the machine. But the alternative? He didn't want to be controlled by anyone. Not Voltcorp, not the government, not anyone. I'm not interested, Zhou repeated, but even as he said it, he felt the doubt creeping in. The voice on the other end grew colder. I think you will be, Zhou. You'll see. And when the time comes, we'll be waiting for you. The call ended abruptly. Zhou let the phone fall into his lap as he kept driving, his mind whirling. That had to be Voltcorp. He knew they wouldn't just let him go. Their grip was like iron, and they wouldn't rest until they had him where they wanted him. But that didn't mean he had to give in. Yet, even as the thought formed in his mind, another part of him wondered if he was already too far gone. What if he couldn't fight them off? What if they had already won? His phone buzzed again, this time with a message. He glanced at the screen. It was a simple text, you don't have to face this alone. The currents. Zhou gritted his teeth and tossed the phone aside. No matter what he did, there was no escaping the gravity of the situation. He was caught between two worlds, two forces, each trying to pull him in different directions. And in the middle of it all was his power, the very thing that had set this entire chain of events into motion. He parked the car and got out, walking toward his apartment building. It felt like a strange kind of homecoming, even though it was far from safe. His place, his refuge, was no longer a sanctuary. It was just another place where the world could find him. He entered the building and headed upstairs, passing through the empty hallway to his door. As he reached for the handle, he noticed something that made his blood run cold, a small piece of paper taped to the door. His name was scrawled across it in black ink. Zhou slowly reached out and pulled the paper off, his fingers trembling. As he unfolded it, he read the message inside. We know what you can do. Join us or face the consequences. Volt Corp. The words seemed to burn into the page, their finality echoing in his head. It wasn't just a threat. It was a declaration. They had been watching him. They were waiting for him to make a decision, and now they had made theirs. Joe slammed the door behind him as he entered the apartment, feeling the weight of it all press down on him. He couldn't run anymore. He was caught in the middle of a storm he didn't fully understand, a storm of power and control, and the only way out was to play the game. He didn't know which side to trust, but he did know one thing: he couldn't keep going like this. He had to make a choice. Joe walked to the window and looked out at the city, the lights flickering in the distance. The weight of the decision was suffocating. And yet, it felt like it was no longer just about him. It was about the world. His power, the thing he had been so terrified of, was the only thing that could change anything now, but was he willing to give it all up for the chance to change the world? Could he handle the consequences of his actions? He didn't know the answer yet. But he did know that the world wouldn't wait for him to decide.